Hi, reality. Hi, goddess. Alright, so spirit, what does the collective need to know? Hi, Molly. So I do free questions on Fridays only. Hopefully the live doesn't say free questions, because I did a live event for yesterday and it looked like it came up today. You're welcome. Alright, so spirit. What does the collective need to know? I feel like Spirit is saying that someone may have a lot of anxiety about a child custody case, and they said it will work out in your favor. Thank you for the likes. There's also someone who, I feel like they're talking about someone who experienced domestic violence with their child's father. Spirit is saying that you should get someone to assist with like the exchanging of the children, like when you switch custody, like when like if the person gets the child every other week or every other weekend or whatever, Get someone else to help with that so that you don't have to deal with your ex. Hi, Praguchi. Thank you for the likes. I'm not doing free questions today. I'm not sure if that's what my live says, but I'm not doing those today. That's only on Friday. I tried to change the title before I got on here, but hopefully it's not showing. Thank you for the follow. I like your name, Crispy Marshmallow. Thank you for the finger heart. Alright, so Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? So I feel like someone is in the process of putting in bids on a house, and I feel like Spirit is saying you will win the bid for the house. You might have to pay a little bit more at closing, though, is what I'm hearing. And it doesn't have to be, but I feel like it's on the East Coast, like in the DMV area, like Maryland. But it doesn't have to be. I feel like Spirit is saying someone who owns like a cake making business or sweet treat business, you're going to come up with some kind of groundbreaking idea that's going to like explode your business. Thank you for the hand hearts. I feel like there's someone who works out a lot who may have found like a lump somewhere, and Spirit said that it's not cancerous. Alright, so Spirit, hey Ashley. What else does a collective need to know? Thank you for the heart me. I definitely feel like someone is getting married. I feel like the masculine is just very emotionally available. like pays attention to the things that you really like, remembers like the type of candy you like. He's the type of person that'll, like, if you're on your cycle, get you like the heating pad and run you a bath and like rub your stomach. It's cute. I would just say, like, I feel like Spirit might be telling me to talk about this because it is gonna seem too good to be true, especially with the type of people that you are used to dealing with. But don't let that scare you. Just, know that the divine wants to bless you because you've gone through a lot and you've done a lot of the healing work that you needed to do. You've, put people out of your life as needed to close cycles. And so Spirit just wants to bless you and bless this other person with someone like you. And so don't let it scare you. Thank you for the follow. I'm hearing all kinds of damn love songs. Like, what's the one where he says, "I'll run your bath water"? like he get home from work. As soon as I get home from work, is that Babyface? I don't know, shit. But anyway, like the person is just like so full of love and has been waiting a long time to find somebody to pour out that love onto that was deserving. So yeah, that's nice. I like it. I like delivering these kind of messages. Okay. What else does the collective need to know? They're showing me somebody that they're showing me a masculine. Thank you for the gifts. They're showing me a masculine who's kind of goth looking. Like wears the skater jeans with the belt, like the wide leg jeans. I think those are like considered skater pants or whatever. And chains, like the chain on like from his wallet to his belt loop or something like that. It's just giving like black leather jacket. I feel like Spirit is saying that that's not your person. And some Spirit is talking about someone who is considering being with someone who has a history of being a pedo. And Spirit is saying absolutely not. So I do free yes no questions on Fridays. Can somebody let me know if my live says free yes no questions? Because I tried to change the title. Thank you for the follow. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I be so confused because it's like my board says it, but it always got to be one talking about please repent of your sins. Meanwhile, I got a tighter relationship with the divine than you. And I say that with all confidence. Check me. Have one of the prophets at the church tell you about me. Hi, Ruby. Okay. Don't step up in here acting crazy. Because I can act crazy too. And it's my birthday month. You said, how did you get into tarot reading? I'm really interested. Well, my so please don't. My higher self does not want me using cards. I actually just use cards just to challenge myself, but I found out actually on TikTok. I got a live reading by this reader who told me I was a psychic medium. And I had never heard anything like that before. I was into Christianity. I had left the church, but I still wasn't I was interested in the esoteric things, but I was not that deep into um spirituality and had no idea that I had these gifts. So I've only known I've had these gifts for about 5 years now. I spent a couple of years working with mentors. I spent pretty much, I would say 4 out of the 5 years working with mentors just to fine tune what I was doing and figure out what I was doing. And then I just started really going public with my gifts like last year, maybe. He said, wow, that's powerful. Thank you. Yeah, I had a pretty violent spiritual awakening. Like my shit, when they talk about a tower moment and tearing shit down to build it back up, when I tell you they tore me down to the bone gristle. You said real ones have something specific to their voice. I always notice. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I've had so many different life experiences that led up to my awakening, which was the pinnacle. You said that makes you who you are. Yeah, for sure. It literally changed my life. Literally, in so many different aspects. It was one thing after another. It was, I don't want to get into all of the details right this minute. I'll eventually, be telling more, but it was a cascade to hell. You hear me? You said, I hope I reach that someday. I'm sure you will. I would encourage you though to use your intuition more than cards. Right now, I'm just really shuffling the cards because I use it to kind of occupy my hands to focus. But I would encourage you to really flex your intuitive muscle first, through meditation and clearing your third eye. I use this stuff right here, this Ormus. And good herbs to use are mugwort, blue lotus, calendula, rose hips. All of those things help. Thank you for the follow. You said, I believe also trusting your gifts and intuition also helps to grow. Yes, absolutely. I still have to really trust my gifts. I can't it's because information will just drop in my head and I'll be sometimes I'll debate on saying it. But I have gotten to the point where I just trust it and go with it. Thank you for the follow. You said, because when I believe in myself more, I keep getting it more, unlike when I brush it off. Yeah, and that will happen a lot. You said, what made you get a reading that day? Did you kind of know already? I had no idea, no lie. Like it totally came out of left field. I watched her for a while before I actually got a reading because, being in the church, like psychics and readings and all that stuff was so demonized that I'm always guided by my spirit team though. Like now I know that I'm pretty much on autopilot and like they channel through me 24/7. So I could be having like a regular conversation with people and anything that I say is a channel, like a channel message. Um and so I get guided and directed toward different pages and people and stuff, and I came across her, and I liked how she was doing her readings because her readings were based in healing. So it wasn't just like, oh, this person is this, that person is that, you'll have this, you'll have that. It was like the love, the money, the success, and also too like the practical spiritual advice. And so I paid for a reading, and she was like, "Do you know you're a psychic medium?" And I was like, "What the hell is that?" And so I ended up getting a private reading with her, and she went into more depth. But that was at a time when I was at my lowest points. Like, I'm now that I'm thinking about it, I realized that I was going through like the dark night of the soul probably for a couple of years. So leading up to my awakening, I probably went through the dark night of the soul for like a good 2 years. And I remember saying to her during our private session, and I recorded it, so I pretty much still have it recorded. But I was saying to her that I felt like I didn't deserve anything good because I was a horrible parent. And I was, of course I was not a horrible parent, but I was made to feel like a horrible parent. Dealing with my ex-husband, my ex-mother-in-law, my mother, dealing with, my kids, who of course would side with my ex-husband because they wanted to be like the fun family and shit. Oh, thank you, Ashley. And so I told her that, and she was like, "Ooh, that's too heavy." She was like, "Let that go. Let that go." She was like, "Ooh, it is heavy." Like it was like she had taken on that energy right quick, and she was like having to like let it go herself. She was like, "Just hearing you say some shit like that is too heavy." But that's where I was, and like that's one of the lowest mentalities that you can have, is to think that because even if you are in regret about something that was in your past. I wasn't a perfect parent, and I can take full responsibility for that. But I was beating myself up way more than was warranted. And so when you're in that energy, it breeds jealousy of other parents who seemingly have a good relationship with their children. Um, it breeds anger and frustration. Because when I was mad at myself, I was really low key, high key, spreading that shit to the world. You said, "I still feel the same, like I'm a horrible daughter. I'm so sorry you felt that way." Oh, I don't think you should feel like a horrible daughter. You said I'm a child. Gracie, get the hell out of here. Um, yeah, I felt like that too with my mom because I had, like, my mother treated me really poorly as an adult. And So it was a situation where like I would try to be in a loving relationship with my mom, but she was just not having it. She didn't like me at all. And it was mainly because I was a reflection of what she could not be or what she felt like she couldn't be. But the irony of all that is I have very healing energy. So like if my mom had just embraced me and accepted me and loved on me, she would have like I would have healed her just by her being in my energy. You said resonates. Okay, good. I'm tapping your live, but the heart, not the hardship of your story. Okay, I appreciate it. I know you're not. But I share my story because I know that there's a lot of other people out here suffering like that. And I definitely, my mother passed like February of last year, and I had a lot of pain around our relationship or like our non existent relationship. But I had to realize that, you know, I did my part. Like, I would go to see my mom just on the weekend and sit with her, and I would buy her lunch. And she would just like, as soon as I got there, she, at 5 minutes later, she'd be like, okay, well, I'm gonna go inside now and I'll see you later. You know, like, damn, okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's been up and down and all around. And like I was the type of person that even though my mother was a narcissist, I would have still helped her in her like elder years because I know that they can be so vulnerable and people take so much advantage of them that I would have been there for her, but she constantly pushed me away. She didn't want me to be involved. Um, she put more trust in one of her friends. Now, granted, she had been friends with the lady for over 20 years, but she put more faith and trust in her friend than she did in me. And then her friend ended up showing her whole ass when my mother passed away. So sorry, but yeah. You know, you don't have to feel sorry for me. I'm not saying all this to come across as a victim or anything. I know that I had to go through all of that because going through that made me a better parent. Like seeing how my mother parented me and the things that she did that really hurt me, like on a soul level, hurt my confidence, hurt my self esteem, hurt my relationship with my father. Like all of those things, I just basically took those things and flipped it when I was a parent. And there was some things that I repeated, um, but it wasn't to the degree that like she was poisoning me with information about my father that was like half true. You said, but I'm sad. It's so nice. Oh, I appreciate you. No, I didn't take it offensively or anything. I just wanted you to know that, you know, like I don't regret. I used to regret a lot of the decisions I made. I used to regret the path that I took. I used to cry to my spirit team and I was cuz I thought that this lifetime I was having to live out my karma from a past lifetime because I had so much opposition from every single angle. And so I would cry. I remember being in my car just crying, like, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? Because I'm really a chill person. Like, I'm a Taurus sun, so I'm loyal as hell on top of everything else. So I'm like one of the most chill people. I'm always gonna support the people I care about. I always want to see the best in people. Like I'm not competitive. I'm not out here being jealous and catty. But I always had shit like that coming at me. And then, you know, the relationships I've had with men is a whole other fucking story. Okay? You said to meet your higher self for your highest good is always absolutely. And I like everything I experienced was mapped out. Even how dramatic my awakening unfolded, all of that was mapped out ahead of time. Ruby, why do you feel lost? But all of that was mapped out. So I didn't make any bad choices. I didn't make any poor decisions. Even when I made a decision where I had to suffer the consequences, those consequences were built into my ascension. Every challenge I had to overcome, every time I had to forgive myself for choosing a certain route. Every time I had to put myself first. Every time I had to like take care of my mental and emotional well-being instead of going out with some people to brunch that don't really fuck with me like that. I had to be okay with not having friends. I had to be okay with separating from my family. And you know, those are some of the hardest decisions to make, but I would do it over and over and over again because I realized like when I had my awakening, I started to really see people for who they were. And it made me have to take a step back and had to disconnect from everyone in order to figure out how to navigate back into like some people's lives, but not everybody's life. And so I'm at the point now, like y'all just randomly pop off. But like I'm at a point in my life now where I really don't have any friends. I legit don't have one friend. I'm not sad about it. I'm not sitting here acting like I'm lonely. Like I've done enough going out between college, high school. Hell, I was running the street in middle school. So I've done enough running the street where I'm at the like definitely my life going forward is gonna be some really fun experiences. But for right now, I'm okay just chilling. You said you feel that? Yes. You said, oh my God, I just realized I talk a lot. But did I annoy you? I feel like I need to pay for my comments. No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I was asking you why you felt I didn't see your response if you said that. If you responded to why you feel lost, I didn't see that. But yeah. Like I'll go on a trip by myself. I'll go out to eat by myself. Like I was saying on another live that me and my dog went to Myrtle Beach for Christmas one year. Just me and him. And I left him in the room and I went and had dinner by myself in a restaurant full of people on Christmas Day. And like normally I would have been mortified. Like I would have felt like everybody was looking at me and whispering saying, she looks alone, she all lonely, like why she don't have friends and family type shit. I didn't give a damn. I knew that my life was changing at that moment. Well, not really, because I had done other things before that, because I went on a solo trip. But yeah, like those experiences let me know that I was definitely changing. Oh, okay. You know, I would just say to like look at your experiences and just see like what everything has taught you. What have your experiences revealed to you about yourself? And so for a long time, I felt lost. I definitely did. Like even after I found out I had these gifts, it took me a while to go public with it because first of all, it was taking a lot for me to just accept who I am from a spiritual perspective. Because I have been getting downloads since I was a child about it, but I have brushed it off like, that isn't possible. And so I still at times, like, I talk to my higher self and I be like, yo, I'm tripping on like what my life is, who I am, because I just be tripping off that shit. Like I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it. And so between that and feeling like I could not hear from spirit, I couldn't see, I felt like I really wasn't tapped in. Um, and it was all a matter of learning how my gifts operate. Because like one of my mentors, she can actually see spirits, she can talk to them, she can hear them audibly. My gifts don't work like that. I'm not hearing or seeing anything. So with that being said, I was like, I really felt lost because I'm like, I want to be able to step into my gifts. I want to like be able to do readings and stuff. Y'all telling me I don't need cards, but I can't, like, I don't feel like I know anything or I can do a reading or I'm getting the information. And you know, it's largely about trusting yourself 1000%. Because I'll be doing readings and I'll be getting information that I feel is random, but it's not that random. You said every time I tried or even thought I was going to go back home, the divine sent me right back in isolation. Yes, absolutely. I see that. I can see that for sure. Because, like, I have to really think about, do I need to be around certain people? Because if they make your energy low every time you're around them, if you feel like you have a knot in your stomach or you feel like you want to cry every time you're around people, it's because they're doing like very passive aggressive manipulative things, playing mind games, saying little shit to you to like make you feel less than, make you feel like you're not worthy of something. And you know, if people just drill into you, oh, you can't afford that, you're not ready for that, you're not mature enough for that, you don't need to get married again because you don't know how to pick people, like that type of energy, those are not people that are for your highest and best good. If anybody tries to downplay you or make you feel like you're not as valuable or you're corny or you're whack, or they like, it'll be a group of people and they intentionally ignore stuff that you say. You know, it'll be a group of people and the one person will be greeting everybody and they'll greet you like a little bit different than everybody else. People do little subtle nuanced shit like that fucks with your head, that can really go over your head, and it can be construed in a lot of different ways. So like somebody looking from the outside in, they could be like, oh, when she said that, she really didn't mean any harm by it, or I don't think you should interpret it that way. You know, that type of shit. But you know that your intuition is telling you that this person's on some fuck shit. I'm glad it's resonating. Yeah, because people be on some whack shit now. They really do. Like I had somebody that would give me and another person like Christmas gifts, and I would get like a similar gift, but it would be like a little bit smaller or a little less expensive, or a little less authentic, just dumb shit. So it was like, I'm going to give you this gift because I don't feel like you deserve the same caliber gift as this other person. And I'm going to cause you to make comparisons between you and this other person and the gifts I chose to give you. And, like, it's craziness. Craziness. So when I started really choosing myself and putting myself first and setting boundaries with people that did not make me feel good to be around them. Because also too, I'm the type of person who gives genuine compliments. So I'll be somewhere and I'll be like, oh, that's such a nice dress. I love your hair. Your makeup is beautiful. I'm giving genuine compliments to people. And other people will be complimenting people and I'll be the only one that doesn't get a compliment. And because I posted a video one time because somebody did that shit to me, and I left the place and I got in my car and I posted a video. I was like, you look good when everybody around you gets a compliment except for you. I don't need your compliment, bitch. I know I looks good. Okay. Like, when you can get to that place in life where you peep the bullshit and you flip that shit and alchemize that energy for your highest and best good, those are like, every day we have an opportunity to step into our power. Every day you have an opportunity to be like, yeah, I'm gonna say something to that person because that shit was whack. That stands up for yourself. And I'm not saying just go around saying something to everybody that you feel like may be coming against you. But like, if you can catch it in that moment, like if it's a corny ass coworker that's constantly trying to downplay you or comes by every day to see what you have on just to like make some kind of joke about how your shoes look or how you put your outfit together or how your hair is, I start standing up for yourself. Start clapping back. I had somebody tell me I look like Mr. Magoo or something like that with my glasses. And they were very high-end glasses. I was like, I know. I can't remember what kind of glasses they are. But like very high-end frames. And I was like, I know you ain't talking. I know. Oh, you said you fine as wine. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm trying to get comfortable with the aging process. I really am. I'm trying to do that, but hey, Ruby. Okay. Welcome back. Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? Ooh, I feel like somebody's clear audience is coming online. So, like, if you've been hearing what sounds like chatter, that's your clear audience coming online. Thank you. They're sweet as can be. And they be, they be fighting, wilding out, running, carrying on. They chilling right now. Thank you for the likes. You probably single-handedly ran the likes up to 5K. I appreciate you. Higher soul spirit, what does the collective need to know? Thank you, Ruby, for the likes. I feel like Spirit is talking about you having a recurring dream, like maybe an ex or someone that you have disconnected from has been in a recurring dream. And I feel like they're like purging that person out of your energy through your dreams. Hey, Bookham, thank you. Thank you for the repost. You at work? Right. I think I'm gonna add that to my playlist for real. Cause I am definitely a choosy lover. You hear me? Thank you for the gifts. Yeah. I don't play that. My cutoff game is strong. And that's what I really be trying to get across to people is that you can encounter somebody. Thank you for the gifts. You can encounter somebody who you had a past life with. You can encounter somebody who is on your twin flame journey. You encounter somebody that that you're supposed to be with. And that person, if they don't hold up their end of the bargain, they still got to go. And those will be the toughest tests, actually, because the people that were the hardest for me to let go of were the people who there was a lot of synchronicities, a lot of signs that I was supposed to be with this person. And I would, let the person circle back, make excuses for them and their behavior. Because I had it in my head that this was my person and we were supposed to be together. But it taught me that the person can be, clearly the one, but not the one. And so, as much as I want to think that certain people, they were supposed to be, they had a choice, basically. So, everybody has a choice in the matter. If they don't want to act right, then they don't get to go to the other side. Thank you for the finger hearts. So, yeah. Mm-mm. Yes. You feel me? Because that's not. And that has been some of the most freeing experience in life. Thank you for the follow. Because I posted a video recently from a couple of years ago where I was in a hotel room with like a towel wrapped around my head, and I was talking about like being single and being confident and knowing that when people pass on you, um it's okay. I was in a hotel. I was at the W in Atlanta because somebody I was dealing with flew me to Atlanta for my birthday and treated me very well, but like left me in the hotel. And I was just like, now granted, this person was going through a lot and was, dealing with the passing of a spouse and all of that. But it had been a couple of years, so I thought it would be safe. But it was like, I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how fine you are. I don't care how, look. Because I was looking at the person like, oh, he's getting his PhD. He's, very successful in his career. This, that, this. But the person didn't want to give me what it was that I was looking for. And that was a commitment. So what the fuck was I doing? Nothing. And this same person is somebody that I know from a past lifetime. Like, we recognized each other from a past lifetime. He's not even into spirituality. I can't even talk. Spirituality like that. But he was like, yo, I know we have past lives together. Because the way my energy just melted into yours. Yeah. So, like, we both knew, but if you're not willing to give me what it is that I'm looking for in a relationship, you got to go. I don't care what past we had. Hold on. You say, yes, I just had to release someone. I was being drained. Now I feel so free. Absolutely. Oh, that's nice, Ruby. For giving Ashley a shout out. You said, don't just want to make sure I don't have to pay for my silly questions. I'm really anxious these days. I've been on a break from my meds. So why don't break from your meds, child. You said, right, that's how they get you, fly you out, then they want some, but but then don't want to talk to you. Yeah, it was some weird shit. Like, I've never experienced that before in my life. And I was just like, yo, so I got there Thursday. We went out Thursday. He treated me to a spa day Friday and all that. And I wasn't leaving until Sunday. So I'm like, that's cool. If you want to leave me in the hotel, but like, give me a heads up so that I can plan some tours, because I definitely wanted to go see Martin Luther King's house. I wanted to go see like the Hershey factory and some other stuff that's in Atlanta that I've never seen. Hell, no, I'm not gonna say that, but yeah, there was some other things that I wanted to do in Atlanta, in hot Atlanta. And so if I had known that I was going to be left in a hotel for like 2 days, I would have gotten a rental car and planned accordingly. Thankfully, I was across the street from a mall and a movie theater, but I don't do malls like that. So like, it wasn't impressing me at all. You said right, like tell me what's going on so I can move. Yeah. Cause you mean to tell me, cause like he tried to make up some excuse about his tire, and I know he was having tire issues, but I'm like, sir, you drive an Audi or Audi, however you want to say it. I know you can get a fucking tire. And when he came to pick me up for the airport, he got a tire. You know what I'm saying? Before he came and got me. So I'm like, this is some bullshit. But anyway, moving right along. But, you know, like, and then he apologized and, you know, was like, that'll never happen again. Blah, blah, blah. And my spirit team, like I had cut everybody else off. My spirit team let him come back through doing that spring equinox. They were like, yeah, let's test it. We're gonna let him back through do the equinox. We're gonna let him back through and we're gonna see what she do. And I let him circle back, and then I was like 2 weeks in, I was like, this ain't it. And I'm not doing this. Night night. You said it seems like it's a test just to see if you can exactly. Yeah, it is. It totally was. Yeah. It was totally a test to see if I was going to detach from the situation. I'm a Taurus sun, Leo moon, and Virgo rising. Yeah, it was absolutely a test. A huge test. Oh, you're a Taurus too? Okay, your birthday is the day after mine. Mine is May 13th. You said it's my mom's 100th birthday. Oh, happy birthday to your mommy. Yeah. And am I sad? Mm-mm. Because the thing is, like, I know that everybody who had me, like, was right there. When they see how my life is about to be, when they see all of the abundance that's attached to my life that they could have been a part of just by being good to me, by being upfront and honest with me. And I'm not saying that these people were bad people. They just weren't doing the healing work. And so when you're not doing the healing work, you know, having feelings for someone quickly is gonna scare you. That shit don't scare me. Bring on the loving right now. Look, if we both feeling each other, express yourself to me, because I'm gonna express myself to you. Okay, I'm not scared. Okay. You said that way. Straight like that. You said that's what I double. You said that's what I double dare. Yes, that's my energy. Yeah. Like, fuck all that 90 days. I mean, you know, like, some things you need to not rush. But, you know, the 90-day rule, the damn, oh, you gotta be together for a year before you get engaged, and then engaged for another year and all that. I don't have time for that. If I consult my higher self and she says it's a go, we going. So that's it, and that's all. Period. And so, you know, that's why it bothers me when I see people like make videos and call people weird and psycho and obsessed because they like somebody right out the gate. You said on Jesus sandals. Exactly. On my mama, on Jesus sandals. There's this guy. I love this girl. She does these prank videos with her brother. And her brother is like a beast. He's like, I will fuck anybody up for you. And so she be calling him, making up shit. And he's like, on Nation, where the fuck you at? Because I'm coming. I'm fucking some shit up on Nation. He says on Nation. So I started saying that shit too. On Nation. Because, yeah, nah. On everything I love. Okay. But yeah, so I was saying, you know, people like, so there was this guy, he had posted this video and he was talking about how he really felt for this chick. Like they had relations on the first date. He didn't want to leave. They were spending like all their time together. And then she started pulling back and acting like he was weird and obsessed with her and moving too fast. And I was just like, okay. You know, sometimes you have to be careful. People might have some mental health issues, but you can tell early on who really just genuinely likes you and is feeling you, especially if you have powerful energy. Like I have very powerful siren healing energy. So like just naturally my energy, especially if I like the person, they gonna know energetically that I like them. And so that's gonna cause them to feel a lot stronger for me in the process. And so people really don't understand that. You say, yes, that's the vibe in the room with you on Nation. Exactly. You feel my energy? Right. Cause it's like either you gonna love it or you gonna hate it. Because it's going to heal you naturally. And so in the process of healing, it may trigger you. Like my just mere existence might piss people off because, and that's another thing, like when I first found out that I had these gifts and I had that first like in-depth reading, I was telling her that I feel like I weird people out because I could go around people and they'll be looking at me like, you know, with the stank face for nothing. Like I haven't opened my mouth. I'm just existing and you already like, and you know, when I was younger, I had resting bitch face. So I get it to a degree where I could maybe, you know, my energy could throw people off with my facial expressions. But now, like, I'm just regular, ordinary me. And, people like I was that person, and probably y'all have been in the same predicament where people would be like, I don't like her. Like I don't know what it is about her, but I don't like her. And I was like, and you know, back in the day, that shit used to hurt my feelings. Like it would break me down. Break me down, yes, for nothing. And so she had to explain to me, she was like, you have to understand, like, your energy is so big that either you're going to, like, people are going to feel engulfed in your love or they're going to feel triggered. Right. Don't even know me. And so I just had to accept the fact that that's how it's going to be. Because, like, I went to this summit for my job this past Thursday, and I met this woman, and we instantly clicked. I was giving her hugs goodbye by the end of the day. Like I would pour into her, she would pour into me, because she was a beautiful woman. And so when she sat down at the table, she was like, "Oh, you work for this agency?" She was like, "Do you know my sister-in-law, such and such?" And I was like, "Yeah, she works for our division, actually." And so we were chopping it up, and I was like, "Y'all are both beautiful women." And so I opened it up because I give people genuine compliments. Like I don't swing that way with women, but I just like giving people compliments where it's due. Like if you take pride in your appearance and you are a well put together person, like why not give you a compliment? And she ended up being one of the most beautiful people. Like just pouring into me. I was telling her about how I was a teenage mother and some of the things I felt like I didn't do right. And she was like, "You know what? I bet you're beating yourself up more than necessary. I'm sure that you did an amazing job and you're just really hard on yourself. You need to give yourself a break." And I was like, "You know what? I really do." Now, I have already given myself a break about that, because my kids know, don't play. Because now that y'all grown, like, I'm not doing no toxicity. So I have definitely, like, I had to disconnect from everybody, including my children, in order for me to really awaken and do like some major healing work, because like it was going to be extremely hard for me to be a parent to my children if I felt like I was a horrible parent, if I felt like I have failed at parenting. You said we don't have enough of that as Black women and women, period. Absolutely. And that's why every opportunity I get, thank you for the heart puffs. Every opportunity I get, I try to remind women, especially, that, like, what you're doing is brave. It's not easy to do what you do, whatever that is. And, especially if whatever the person is doing takes a lot of courage, because it takes a lot of courage to speak your truth. It takes a lot of courage to operate in your power, because people are not going to like what you have to say. Because when you start speaking truth to a world of people that's just out here like zombies and shit, it's not well received. And so I try to, at every turn, I try to encourage people to really like open up your throat chakra. Right. Open up your throat chakra and say what it is you need to say, because that's one thing I had to face as a child. Because as a child, I was very intuitive, and I would channel and I would talk to adults in ways that would like trigger them or offend them or make them feel like I was overstepping my child boundaries or whatever. And so I was told to be quiet a lot. I would be put in a lot of situations where people would say stuff like, "You being too much, you saying too much," or like, just try to downplay what I was saying, try to make me feel stupid from my thoughts and articulating those things. And so I was already like a very introverted and reserved child to begin with. So like I would be very silent and just observant most of the time. But when I did speak, people would be like, did she just say that? And so, on the rare occasion when I would speak and then to be shut down every time, my throat chakra was so locked up. I still, to this day, I have an issue with public speaking. And I know this is technically public speaking, but it's not the same as having like an audience of real bodies in front of you. And I've done things where I have, I've taken different training opportunities with my job. Like I did general instructor school where I had to force myself to do some public speaking. I will do those things, but it's still not comfortable. I don't know if it's ever going to be comfortable, because I think there's some people who really like feel great when they're public speaking, and then there's other people that they say that they get anxiety every time. So I just might be one of those people. I think it's going to get much easier the more I do it, but I still get anxiety. You say, yes, you're courageous. I appreciate you saying that. I'm going to have to check out your page, since Ruby said you got it going on, girl. But, yeah. It takes a lot of courage to do this, because I'm big on like being authentic and not coming across as like somebody who's playing games with spirituality, someone who's misleading people just for like the financial gain. And I never want to come across as like gimmicky or commercially, or somebody who's out here playing with people's lives, just telling them what they want to hear. And like I had, one of the things I had to work on with my mentor was being comfortable with being wrong. Because also too, there's gonna be people that's going to try you. So when they see you being a powerful reader, they're gonna come into your live, pay for a reading, and just to fuck with you and be like, oh no, that doesn't resonate. No, that's not my energy. No, knowing good and well it's their damn energy. But they will fuck with you intentionally. And so I have to be prepared for that. And I have to be, I have to be mentally prepared to be like, if I can't read the energy, it's because my higher self said we're not reading that person's energy today. Because I have enough evidence in my storehouse that I know that I'm that bitch. For all the haters and naysayers, and all the people that want to try to stop my shine. And will. I said I was going to be wilding all month on Nation. Also, for real, because I've always been the one that tried to be low key and didn't want to like make anybody uncomfortable, and was constantly dumbing myself down. Right, you gonna start saying that now on Nation? Cause it's been like, and I never wanted to like say that I was pretty. I never wanted to say that I was, intelligent or anything like that. Like I was never the type of person that just went around like pumping myself up, because I felt like it was being conceited or full of myself. Because people would tell me that all the time. I wouldn't even be doing anything. And they'd be like, ew, you conceited. I will never forget. I was at Vacation Bible School. I made this little sign that said, we were doing arts and crafts. I made this little sign that said, I love me. And I got dragged. Hi, good evening. I got dragged for that. The person was like, oh, you love yourself? That's conceited. Like, who you think you are? You think you better than everybody else? And I was just like, that shit changed my life. It changed the trajectory of my shit. Not saying that it wasn't meant to be anyway, because I had to learn how to fight through those feelings. But yeah, like for a long time, people would be like, oh, you're beautiful, and I couldn't see it. Right, people be projecting all the time. You said that's because we red bones. Exactly. You said I've been called bougie my whole life. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm bougie too. Like, I love pretty things. I like nice things. I like luxury. That means that you love yourself. Like, if you love yourself, why would you want to be in a hotel with bed bugs and shit? I'll stay home. Like, if I can't, because like the older that I get, I can't, it's hard for me to be enclosed in places. And I do have medication that I will take. I'm not pumping medication, but you said as you should with royalty. Exactly. But I have a hard time with small, like confined places. So like I have to pay more money when I travel when I fly, because I can't be in no tight seat, especially by the window. I will freak the fuck out. I'll turn that damn plane around. So I'm like, if I can do first class, cause I got some damn points, or I can I'm definitely doing no less than Comfort Plus or an exit row. One of the two. Have to. You said it started with my Nana since the first time she held me. I love classy and luxury. Yeah, and that's how it should be. Yes, we are royalty. The reason why you're bougie, the reason why you like the finer things in life is because you're used to luxury. Like when you're royalty, you are remembering from past lives when you had gold, everything in your, castle. You had a whole damn temple. Like you sat on a throne that was laden in gold. Like this is not a game here. And when you try, and that's a whole other thing, like Spirit is talking about, it's really worse when you have a royal person being suppressed. Because it's like when a royal person is suppressed, they trying to like scratch and dig out of that shit. You said I must have had hell of it because I love gold. Exactly. Seriously. With the types of gifts that you have booked, I'm like, I already know. Because that just doesn't come in one lifetime. That automatic kind of gift, you just cannot cultivate that in one lifetime. You said gold is king, yeah. Before all the gold was stolen, all of the lands with gold were stolen. That's crazy work. But yeah, like that's why Spirit has been telling me like this shit don't belong to anybody but the divine. So they like, I don't know why people claiming land and territory and buying real estate. They were like, this shit ain't for sale. None of this shit is for purchase. Y'all were just supposed to exist here. But everything has a price now, so we couldn't just exist here and damn, work on ourselves and build ourselves up and fucking, develop into our higher selves and ascend. We gotta deal with all this other crazy shit that's distracting us from our, highest timeline. But it's all for a purpose. I would not be able to speak as freely and from a genuine place about so many things if I hadn't had to go through it myself. I mean, I will never forget. I had just gone through my awakening. I was like running away from life. And then I had invested a lot of money into a scam. Like literally right now they're being federally prosecuted because it was $1 billion scam, like crypto. And I was, you want to talk about somebody that was about to fly the fuck away? Because on top of that, like the way that my gifts were manifesting in my awakening, I was out here looking like I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Because I was reading future energy. So when you already around a bunch of people that aren't really tapped in and don't really even believe in psychic and mediumship abilities, and then you talking about some stuff that's in the future, you want to talk about somebody's complete flesh being crucified? Because I already said I was very reserved and I've always worked in the criminal justice field. So I have always had to be reserved at work and outside of work, because anything that I do outside of work can affect work. So I've always had to be careful about what I say, careful about how I move, all of those things. And I was very vocal. Like literally the trumpets were blowing. And so yeah, like it was one thing after another after another. So don't, like, I would just encourage everyone to not take any experience or anything you've been through for granted, because it was all for a purpose. Like I had to come, in order for me to transform rapidly, I had to like be completely melted down, completely liquefied. And life will do that to you, where it will completely liquefy you in order to put you back together. Because everything that I believed before my awakening had to be torn down. All the paradigms, the whole way I was looking at my life and looking at life in general had to be ripped to shreds. Completely. And I really had no choice in the matter because at that time, like I said, I'm already on autopilot anyway, 24/7. And so my spirit team had complete control of that whole shit. You said, I'm having a tough time right now. Can you share advice from your experience? What are you having a tough time about? In your relationship and financial. So what's going on in your relationship? In your finances? You said, I had to understand that life wasn't happening to me but for me. Everything is more me. Exactly. 1000%. That's what I had to realize too, because I felt like everything, like life was just smacking the shit out of me, between struggling to be a single parent, going through a divorce, going through domestic violence of all magnitudes, um just dealing with people coming at me right and left. And it was definitely, like I said, I don't think you were here earlier, Brooklyn, but I was talking about how I would just cry to my spirit team because I thought that I was having to work out the karma from a past life. Like I was a horrible person in a past life. And my higher self was like, this is not your karma. She was just like, this is everything this is how you designed for your life to be, so that you could work out the karma of other people, because we know that you're going to be strong enough to be able to clear the karmic cycles and the bloodline for others in your family and in the world, basically. You said, damn, I thought that before too. Exactly. Cause when life just keeps coming at you, I was like, and somebody actually kind of told me that. So I had my whole birth chart done, and the person was like looking at my south node. So your south node is like supposedly what you may not have accomplished in a past life. Your north node is like your purpose, and your higher timeline in this lifetime. And so he was looking at my self node, and he was like, you've been very powerful in many different lifetimes. You've like ruled over empires and things like that. He was like, but he said, but you have misused your power in the past. And so that's why you're having to go through a lot of the stuff that you went through, because you have to balance that out. And my higher self was like, the same way you are now is the same way you've been before. You've always been a humanitarian. You've always wanted the best for people. She was like, she said maybe he was looking at it from the standpoint of other people's karma. Because like right now, we can look at the world and see that people are misusing their power and abusing their power. So like, me having to work out that karma to help other people is not surprising. But it wasn't my karma that I had accumulated. You said, I haven't worked since November, and my boyfriend was paying the bills up until last month, but he asked for a break. So, I mean, basically, spirit is putting you in a position where you're having to, um, like, get it how you live. I hate to say it like that, but, um, you know, if you were in a position where you were made comfortable, spirit is putting you in a position where you're uncomfortable and you're gonna have to figure things out. You said no contact for over 3 months. Yeah. So it just sounds like you're having to really like stretch yourself. Stretch yourself out of the comfort zone that you've been in. Oh, 3 weeks. Yeah, you just have to figure you're gonna have to figure some things out. Um, if you're excuse me, if you're on unemployment or something like that and that's not paying the bills, then you may have to get some rental assistance or something like that until you can figure something out. You may have to humble yourself and ask for help. Like those situations that we get put in is to force us to have to do things that we have been resisting doing. Because especially as a woman, um, you have to be able to receive. And so if you're uncomfortable with receiving and asking for help, that's something that you're going to have to work on. So that's what it sounds like. Yeah. And I mean, there was a time period where like I had to live with somebody else because I had to get from point A to point B, and it was just a temporary sacrifice. So I'm a single mom and it's so hard. Yeah, trust me, I know. I had to like really become a super couponer in order to feed my kids at one point. And I have a master's degree. And I'm working on my another master's to get a counseling license. So I had the degrees and all of that, but I just wasn't getting paid enough. And so, like I had to get public assistance for a time period. I had to ask my family for help. And I hate doing that shit. I hate that. You said I've been applying for jobs left and right. Yeah. As long as you're taking the initiative and putting forth the effort, the divine is always going to look out for you, especially since you are a single mom. Um, I mean, that's why I get on live. Like, I don't have a lot of people in here. A lot of people aren't checking for me and checking for my page and my videos and stuff like that. But I have to go through the motions. I have to put my effort forward and keep going in order for my spirit team to bless my action. So you putting action behind your faith is, the way to go. And I know that I'm not saying this is you, but I know that some people like don't feel comfortable applying for food stamps and Medicaid and stuff like that. But I don't give a damn. Like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I got to do to make sure these kids are straight. So there were many times when I had to humble myself. Like I contemplated doing some strange things for some change now. I was so uncomfortable about how my body looked. That stopped me from doing a lot of shit. Cause they were damn sure recruiting. I don't know what I can say on TikTok. They were recruiting people for the stripping dip when I was in college. So I contemplated a lot of things. I remember trying to give plasma. Like, that's how bad it was at one point. When I was in college, I was like, yo, take this plasma, please. And they were like, it's painful and all that. I was like, I don't give a fuck. So I went over there, and it was so scary in there. Like, that was some of the scariest shit, because my school was in Durham, North Carolina, and there's a lot of hood shit in Durham. So I went over there. It was nothing but like homeless people out there. It just looked crazy inside. And they were like, how recently have you had your last tattoo? And I was like, I think it was a couple of months ago. And they were like, you can't give plasma if you've had a tattoo that recently. And I was like, damn. You said, I'm going to have a food pantry soon. Okay, that's awesome. You said, I didn't want to apply a couple of years ago, but that changed. I get it now. Okay, good. Yeah. Look. Exactly. I ain't too proud to beg. You hear me? My kids did not feel the brunt of everything I was going through to make sure that they were good, because I just took action. And it frustrates the hell out of me when people, and I'm not saying this is you at all, but it frustrates me when people have all of the resources, but they don't ask. They're not like trying to find the answers. They're not asking anybody. They're not taking action. They're not devising a plan. But then when all hell breaks loose, then they want to be scrambling and like, oh my God, how did this happen? Da, da, da. When I was working for the state and not making enough money because I was divorced and had a mortgage and all that, I just ended up working like 4 or 5 jobs, literally. I had my one main job, then I got a job, the part-time at a clothing store, and then I got a part-time at Amazon warehouse, and then I was trying to quit the department store, and they were like, please don't quit. So that's 3 jobs, and then I was working 2 jobs online, all at the same damn time. You said, I'm grateful for it. I don't want my baby to feel it either, trying to keep things as normal as possible. Yeah. And it's not easy. When I was going through all of that, I was not emotionally available for my children. I just wasn't. Like, I just did not have the capacity. Like, I didn't have the capacity for myself, let alone my children. And so it was like we would go through the motions daily. Like, okay, we got to get up. We got to get, I would make their lunch and, do different things, make sure they had their clothes ready for the week and all of that. But as far as like being truly emotionally available, I was so exhausted from not getting enough sleep and not eating properly and all that I was it was bad. You said my kids just got home. Thank you, guys. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for hanging out with me, Ashley. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the likes and the gifts. But yeah, so this shit ain't easy. You said a lot of people forget about self once they become parents. Definitely. And that was me, because I was not only trying to be everything for my kids, but I was also like trying to prove myself as a parent. I was trying to like prove other people wrong about what I could and couldn't do and all of that. And so, and I had like all these grown ass, old ass women competing with me to like be a better mother to my children. And I was like, this shit is weird. Like, y'all are grandparents. Y'all had your opportunity to be a parent, and all y'all see me being a good parent, but you just want to damn tear me down to my kids at that. But that's just, so my kids get it now because they're older, but back then it was like constant drama. But yeah, I definitely had to put myself first. I had to, and that's what I was saying. I had to, oh, okay, 11K likes. Thank you for the likes. Yeah, I had to disconnect from my children. And granted, they were older. My youngest son was with my ex-husband. And so they were safe, like nobody was young, and I just left them or whatever. But I had to disconnect from all of them. And we've had to rebuild our relationship because I really wanted to check out of here. And I was like, if I don't get my mental health together right now, then I'm going to end up checking out of here. So it was literally a matter of life and death. Mm-hmm. That shit was real. And my ex-husband to this day be like, thank you for sharing the live. To this day, he's still on that bullshit. So I still gotta deal with it. But I'm in a much better place. The old me, like the old me, like the me in my 20s, I would crash out. Thankfully, I never did anything that got me in trouble. But like, I kept a lot of things under wraps because of my children. I kept a lot of things away from them just to like, because I care about their mental and emotional well-being. And anytime, and this may be for somebody, anytime a parent tries to like poison their children's minds against another parent, they really do not give a damn about that child's mental and emotional well-being. And I used to tell my ex-husband all the time, I was like, I just need your support as a co-parent. If you can't support me emotionally as a co-parent, how do you expect me to be emotionally available for your children? If we don't come together and show these kids that we're a united front and that we're on the same page as far as like what they can and can't do and what they can and can't say to us or whatever, it's gonna be constant problems. And I never had the support like that from any of the adults. And it's unfortunate because it definitely takes a village. But a whole other lesson with that is that I got married and I was having children from my darkness. You said hitting a little too close to home. Yeah. But I realize now, like, that was, I went into both of those relationships where I had children. I went into both relationships from a very dark, traumatized, completely unhealed place. And so that's why we really have to give ourselves a lot of grace, because I literally didn't know any better. Like when I was making those decisions, I was making those decisions like from a place where I never really got the love and affection that I needed from my father. And I didn't get it from my mother either. And so I basically was raised by a very emotionally detached mother. And my mother made it so hard for my dad that he was also emotionally detached, but he's also just like that. Because they're from an older generation. And that older generation, they don't really show emotion much. They don't really they definitely don't apologize to their children. They don't acknowledge that their children are real people and have emotions just like everybody else. And so with all that being said, I was like trying to fulfill voids in myself, like of like just abandonment issues, trust issues, low self-esteem. I was trying to fill all that shit with a damn toxic ass relationship. Right. Toxic as fuck. Me and my ex-husband straight trauma bonded, because the first time he met me, I met him in college, and he told me that I reminded him of his mother. Like my attitude, he was like, "You remind me a lot of my mother." But the gag is that he didn't even get along with his mother like that. Like he had a lot of trauma from growing up with his mother. Like body dysmorphia issues, all kinds of crazy shit. So, like, you have all these issues with your moms, and I remind you of her. Like, there's a fucking problem here. You said trauma bonds a while will have you throw all the way off. Like, just making crazy decisions. I think back now. First of all, I was 16 when I was with my oldest son's father, and I had my son when I was 17. So to a degree, I'm not, because like my frontal lobe wasn't developed or whatever the fuck it is. I really can't be held accountable for the shit that I was doing when I was a teenager. But when I tell you, I was on some crazy shit. Like one time, me and my oldest son's father's other girlfriend. So he had me in a damn love triangle. And when I found out about the other girl, me and her got together and was like riding around looking for this nigga. Like some of the dumbest shit. Like, what are we gonna do confronting this dude? He don't give a damn, clearly. Don't give a damn. And then after I broke up with him, I was like, look, sis, you can have him. I'm going to college. I'm not bringing this nigga with me to college. Have it. So then she ended up having a baby with him. And it was just all bad. Like, she had it way worse than I did. I mean, he was like, I'm not going to put his business out there. Let me stop. That'll be for another day. I'm going to stop putting his business out there. But I mean, it's hard for me to not speak on it because I'm putting my business out there. So it's hard for me not to like say what it was. But yeah. Just trauma upon more trauma. And with the way he was raised with his mother, it's like it's not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. All right, enough about me. Let me get back to the collective message. Higher self, spirit, what is the collective? What they need to know. Let me clear the energy. Oh my God. Thank you for the likes. I'm glad you get to hang out today. It must be slow at work. Or you just multitasking like hell. I know I be multitasking. So I'm always multitasking. Right. Oh my God. I'll be so glad when I'm independently wealthy. I'm so looking forward to this life. It's about to be wonderful. Spirit, what does the collective need to know? Well, card popped out. We got the Five of Pentacles. So with this deck, I feel like there's somebody who may have felt like they were kind of locked away from their gifts, from their pentacles, from their abundance in general. Of course, it talks about being left out in the cold, but the way that she's pointing toward like the greener part of the tree, I feel like like you kind of know what your gifts are. You know what's available to you based on those gifts, but it's just a matter of unlocking that gate fully. So it's like I feel like Spirit is saying your destination is within reach and it's like within sight. It's just a matter of continuing to work toward what you know is in your future. So it's kind of giving the energy of like seeing it before you see it. So like using your mind's eye to see how your future looks. to know that the divine supports you and you're blessed. And I know like people have issues with the word blessed, but that was what they told me to say. Because I feel like, even through all of the different things that you've been through, you know that Spirit has always come through. Like, even at the last minute. And I feel like, I really feel like this is also representing the fact that Spirit has kind of held things back from you intentionally, because it's a process. Like, you have to work your way to the gate and then work your way through the gate to fully um obtain your pentacles. Because a lot of times when we were younger, if we had if we were operating in the gifts like we're operating in it, and if we had all the money that is about to come in, we would really have messed it up. And so it was a matter of like going through different things, gaining the wisdom and knowledge to be able to like move through your gifts, and like the attention that you'll get, um and to be able to manage that. Because just the way she's dressed in that card is definitely giving like you'll be publicly recognized. And I'm hearing positive public recognition. Of course, there's going to be naysayers, but for the most part, it'll be really good. The good will outweigh the bad. And the good thing is that because you've already gone through everything hard already, you'll be able to navigate any challenges from a much higher perspective and like see it for what it really is versus taking it personally or internalizing it. Okay, that's too many. The Lovers card came out. And so abundance includes a loving relationship. And so that's part of all of the things that you work towards. And this person is, I feel like this is basically both of you bringing King of or God of Pentacles energy to the relationship. Because when it's a divine union, like how Spirit is in the clouds, basically bringing these people together. When it's a divine union, Spirit is working on your behalf. It's going to be very healing for both of you. Inner children will be healing each other. I kind of feel like a broken record. Like I just keep saying this shit. So the Daughter of Cups was in reverse. So like both of you haven't done the work necessary to mature emotionally so that you could be emotionally available. And I feel like the God of Cups and the Three of Pentacles are in reverse. because this is speaking to like past relationships where you may have invested in the wrong person, like invested emotionally in the wrong person or the wrong people. And like the Three of Pentacles in the upright, it talks about collaboration, um, people coming together to join their gifts, and like putting your money towards someone that putting your money, your creativity, your time, your energy, your emotions towards someone who's just emotionally unavailable. It takes a toll because it can put you in a place where you like, I don't trust anybody. um it can put you in a place where you just kind of like give up on love, like you just like, this shit ain't gonna work. But yeah, you work through the dark side of relationships. So like the devil card to me represents the dark side of the Lovers card. So like they both have a masculine and feminine. It's just this is like the dark side of balancing your masculine and feminine. This is the lighter side of it. And so you have to work through a lot of devil energy. I know that's kind of like cliche, but I'm just gonna use it. I'm just gonna say it that way. You have to go through like a lot of dark energy, a lot of devil energy um in order to balance your masculine and feminine within. And this could definitely be a divine union, but it doesn't have to be. Like this could also be speaking to just one individual who worked to balance their masculine and feminine. Like you had to, like the devil dragged your ass. Yeah, and the Daughter of Pentacles is in reverse. So I feel like you're not coming to the relationship with no little money. Like you've already fucked up money and you've already like gone through enough struggle financially where now you're bringing brought to calmer waters. Like you've done enough. And see, that's like, so once you've already gone through the harder parts of your life, once you've gone through a lot of different struggles, the like once you have gotten to the other side of things where now it's like, okay, here's the good part. The next challenge, once you get to the good part, is actually accepting the fact that you don't have to live in a poverty mentality anymore. Accepting the fact that it's not going to be a bunch of jacked up relationships anymore. And you can actually trust the divine. You can trust that they're sending you someone that's compatible with you. Um, and so, like, that's probably where I am now in this journey, is like just really working on reprogramming my mind around the fact that I can have what I want in all aspects of life. And I've done enough. I've gone to hell and back enough times that I can now just like rest and I don't have to do a lot of work. Because really, we've been taught that we have to work hard, and this is a card that came out when I was saying we were taught we had to work hard. Like we've been taught that we have to work hard and hustle and compete with others and fight for what we want and all of that shit. But really, spirit is like, mm-mm. Like really, once you get on your highest timeline, you really supposed to just get paid to exist. And that's the whole purpose of stepping into your power, knowing what your gifts are. Just accepting what the divine is giving you and using that to your benefit. Cause like the Ace of Pentacles came out when I said that, and he said no for real. Exactly. Cause it's like, cause I know I used to say a lot. I would be like, this can't be life. I was like, this just can't fucking be life. And Spirit was like, it's not. It was something you had to go through and to get through so that you can just live this effortless life. Like the divine is just gonna continuously pour into your life where you don't have to lift a finger because they got it covered. So I think no, this is over. Yeah, the fight is over. You no longer have to really look over your shoulder either, because I feel like this represents like really eliminating people from your life that just should not be there. And that's how you step into this Empress energy. And this is gender neutral, so like Emperor, Empress energy. Very fertile energy, abundant energy, creative. And the Empress has had to go through all of, so like the whole tarot is the fool's journey. And so the Empress has had to fight through all the swords, all the cups, all the wands. Like she's had to go through every single possible thing that you can experience in order to level up. And that's what makes this energy so abundant and so fertile and like just overflowing with gifts. Being able, and this is like very mothering energy, very nurturing energy. And for a man to be in that energy, okay, thank you for hanging out for as long as you did. I appreciate you. Um, So this energy is like very mothering, very nurturing, and it's gender neutral. It doesn't mean that if a man is in that energy that that makes him less than a man. It just means that this person is in tune with their femininity or their feminine energy. I shouldn't say femininity, but in tune with their feminine energy, has balanced their masculine and feminine, and is someone who can like pour out into the community. And the Judgment card came out in reverse, so I feel like that's like your energy feeling like you really didn't, like life was not fair, that you were not cut a fair deal. And because this card has a peacock in it, I don't know if you can see the peacock, but anyway, because this card has a peacock in it, I feel like this is someone who really tried to shrink themselves, didn't want to be in the public eye, may have been like emotionally all over the place. And so people would take advantage quite a bit. And we have the Son of Pentacles. So this is definitely like kind of hasty energy, not really fully developed, immature in a lot of ways. like I was saying, maybe investing into people that you shouldn't have invested in, whether that was emotionally, mentally, energetically, creatively, financially, like just being around, if you're a masculine, being around a bunch of women that would try to take your kindness for weakness and kind of use that to your disadvantage. And that's one thing that people can't say about me. I may be a lot of things, but people cannot say that I was the type of person to take advantage of people or like lie to people in order to get something from the situation. And a lot of times that's what people will do. They will fuck with your head and play all kinds of mind games. And it bothers me because that happens to like the most kind-hearted people, and then those people become callous and not always, but they can become callous and cold-hearted and just like, I'm not going to be vulnerable for anybody else just because people keep playing on my top and taking advantage of me and taking me for granted. And like I said, being taken for granted, like I feel like that's on some damn, like the divine, as the divine is trying to pour into you, people are just constantly draining you of your energy. And I'm hearing life force energy. When all along, since you were born, you have always been in this sun energy. And the sun energy is the sun is masculine. The sun is life sustaining. Like while the woman is the life giving energy, or the feminine is the life giving energy, the masculine is the life sustaining energy. And so I feel like not really knowing who you were, not knowing that you had this like sun energy is extremely powerful, and is I'm hearing it like it's very healing and rejuvenating energy. So not knowing that you had this big energy, but definitely the being the God of Wands, like this is someone who has mastered their energy, who has tamed their darkness. Because the way this black cat is like just sitting obediently next to him. And taming your darkness, like having to go through the darkness, is how you find your light, which is the sun. I had to go through a lot of heartbreak to heal. And the thing is, like, what Spirit is saying is like, how do you heal your bloodline? How do you clear your bloodline if you don't go through anything that forces you to heal? So, like, all the heartbreak, all the things that you've been through in life, all the things that have caused you problems, is like just been a whole ass journey of how to learn how to force you to heal yourself so that you could then grow from that. And walking away from anything that doesn't serve you, all the people, places, and things that were not serving you, um, is the way to heal. You had to be stingy. Stingy with your gifts, stingy with your energy. And it's not like, I don't like to use the word stingy, but like sometimes we have to be I don't know if I want to use the word selfish because it has such a negative connotation. Hey Anita, yes, but sometimes you have to be about yourself. You have to put yourself first in order to do what it is you need to do. And so many times people sacrifice themselves for other people who would not do the same for them. You're sacrificing yourself for other people who really don't care about you, don't appreciate you, don't say thank you for anything that you do, even though you have gone out of your way. And it be those same people that take advantage of other people and complain about feeling taken advantage of, but they don't have any problem taking other people for granted and taking advantage of other people. And it's just crazy. Like, if it's good for you, it should be good for other people. And I feel like Spirit is saying you had to stop pouring out onto people that refuse to do the work. Because when you're not closing a cycle, you're just not doing the work. What you doing, mama? And so, like, she kind of looks like she's scared. And I feel like you've had to really do things afraid. You had to transform your mind in an environment where it was very scary, very daunting. Like, it seemed very, um, like nobody was there for you. But Spirit was like, you had to do all of that in order to get into this high priestess energy. Hey, mama, thank you. It's a question, but it's an in-depth question. So, like, if you ask a question, I'm gonna answer your question, but I'm also gonna read into it. Oh my God. And so we have the Emperor and the Empress out here. Spirit, tell me more. Tell me more. Whew. Thank you. I got your payment. What's your question? We got the Lovers card out here twice. I said, tell me more about this relationship. We got unexpected money and the Lovers out here again. Distant horizons. I feel like that's like in the near future. Setting the world free. Please clarify thoughts. Okay. So I feel like if you were wondering if this person that is coming towards you is a false person, it's not. The person is not a false person. So you can rest assured. Let me look into your question. Hold on just a second. So the first thing I will say is definitely do not do any spell work of any kind, like love spells or anything like that, because the divine really frowns upon, not saying that you would, but the divine really frowns upon trying to manipulate someone's free will. So I just want to put that out there first. He broke up with me in January. We have 2 kids together. Okay. Don't give me too much information because I want to like read the raw energy without a whole bunch of information. And you know, I try to tell people all the time that if you give the reader too much information, there's some people out here that will read based on the information you've given them instead of like actually tuning into the energy. So try not to give too much information. So what does Mama Millie need to know about her love life in Austin? So let me know if this resonates, but Austin seems like he's in the energy of like letting you do everything, letting you take the lead. Um it's almost like they're showing you catering to him and trying to be a mother and him just like not doing anything. Let me know if that resonates. You said he felt like he didn't have to do a lot since I was a stay-at-home mom. Yeah, but so there's a line though that that has to be drawn. I get it because I was a stay-at-home mom for a time period as well. And like I knew that I was going to be responsible for the majority of the work, But that doesn't mean that someone can just say, because I go to work, because I pay the bills, I don't have to help you with anything. Um, and so what happens is, so like it's given the energy that you were the one that kind of like, I don't know if I want to say pursued him per se, but that's the energy is giving. Like you pursued him. Not that he didn't like you, not that he's not totally attracted to you, but because you were like the driving force the whole time, that doesn't allow him to actually like step into his masculine and step up to the plate and do what he's supposed to do from a masculine standpoint, which is not just to provide but to protect. And part of protecting is protecting your mental and emotional well-being so that you can be available to him and your children. So if he's just making it a little bit easier for you financially, but not actually like saying, let's have a date night, let's me and you just go somewhere together to nurture the relationship. If he's not being a provider in that manner, then it's not gonna be good. I'm doing a reading from Mama Millie, but if it resonates, you came at the right time. Um, so like when you don't allow, so I get it that a lot of people, a lot of women especially, feel like that's how it's supposed to be. Like you're supposed to be the nurturer. You're supposed to be like that one that cooks for him, make sure he has a hot meal as soon as he gets home, rubs his feet, gives him a massage, make sure he's totally satisfied sexually, all that shit. And that's all good and dandy. It's great, but it can't be one sided. You said it resonates, and I told him and his family it wasn't okay. Yeah. Um, it's kind of a situation where, like, I hate to say it like this, and I'm not like blaming you because I've fallen into this before myself. But when you start out the relationship like that, you have to expect that that person is going to expect that the whole way. So, um, like that too, like that creates an environment where some men, I'm not saying all men, but some men feel like they have to go explore other options because there's still a need to hunt. Like there's still a need to conquer. And I'm not saying that this is justification for being unfaithful or anything like that. But I'm just saying that the each individual person has to have a balance of their masculine and feminine. So if he came into the relationship with an imbalance of his masculine and feminine, and he's more operating more from his masculine, and you're operating, you're imbalanced and operating more from your feminine, like you all both are kind of mirroring each other in areas that need to be worked out. And so in that sense, he's, some men try to find that balance by dealing with like third party situations. And I'm not saying that it's like, again, I'm not justifying it because if you two have agreed to be in a committed monogamous relationship, then that's, what's supposed to happen. But I will say I'm gonna pull a couple of cards for you, but I will say that based on that energy, um it's not really looking favorable because it's kind of like that's not really, it doesn't feel like that energy is going to change. When we got back together, I was the provider, and then I got pregnant and had to fall back a little. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, that's a whole issue too. And there's no shade because I've been in relationships where I was like the primary provider. He worked and all that, but when life be life in and you have child support and stuff like that, so I get it totally. Um, what else does Mama Millie need to know? But what I will say is, I feel like Spirit is saying, don't try not to be in the mindset of I have to be with this person because we have a child together. I'm all for the intact family. I'm all for having two people together for the child, but as long as it's a healthy relationship. So you can do more damage by staying with someone just for the children if you're going to show them a very dysfunctional, imbalanced relationship. Because children needs what they really need is they either need to see how two people can be mature and co-parent in a healthy, loving way, or they need to see two people in a healthy relationship. But if the two of you together, if it's not healthy and there's a lot of strife because you're trying to get him to do something he has never had to do in the relationship, it's gonna be, a lot of push and pull. And I've met some men that just generally don't feel like they have to do anything other than provide financially. They don't have to, they feel like they don't have to support your dreams. They don't have to support anything you're doing with the kids or at the house because you're just supposed to do everything. And that's not, because being a stay-at-home mom is a full-time job. And so it's just even though you're at home with the children, you're still going to work. You don't get to sleep in bed all day and eat bonbons when you got to get up and take care of children. That you just cannot do that. So even though people want to say, oh well, because I'm taking care of the household expenses. If you depend upon how old your child is, if you're sending a small child to daycare, that could cost thousands of dollars a month. When my son was an infant, I was paying $1,500 a month for his care while I went to work. So I was basically working to pay for childcare and healthcare. So all of those things need to be taken into consideration because, if those would be the expenses and you would just be working to do that. You said I was taking care of our 2-year-old daycare was quoted $1,700 a month. Yeah, it's a whole damn mortgage payment. A whole ass mortgage payment. And when I was working, when I had my youngest son and before I became a stay-at-home mom, I was working and thank you. Hey, totally Dimples. I was working and to have my whole family on my insurance plan, it was $800 coming out of my check before I even saw any money. So it was $800 coming out of my check, and then I was having to pay $1,500 for daycare. So, like, when we made the decision for me to be a stay-at-home mom, it was basically a no-brainer. It was out of necessity. It wasn't on no, oh, well, we can just afford to do this shit, you know. So, yeah, I mean, and so that's, you know, I definitely, like, I was talking about in a past live how I saw this video where this woman like did this prank on her husband, and she damn hit him in the head with some blocks, the kids blocks, and then blamed it on the baby. And it was just like, people thought that shit was funny, but it was just a hot mess. And I was like, you know, I get that she's a stay-at-home mom and she doesn't like the fact that he's taking a nap, but he's entitled to be tired. Like, if he's just not doing anything at home, that's an issue that needs to be worked out in therapy or something like that. But don't involve the kids in that shit. You said your entire paycheck is gone. You might have about 300 left. Exactly. Exactly. So I definitely feel like this is you and this King of Cups energy, like very solid, very clear about like the emotional fulfillment that you bring to a relationship. And I definitely see a new beginning for you in love where the person will fill your cup as much as you fill theirs. You said today's world, most of it will go towards. Child, I saw this clip where the Simpsons had a prediction that it was gonna be $15 a gallon. I don't know what folk gonna do if it ever got that crazy. But yeah, I feel like you're coming out of this energy where you were like mentally and emotionally drained. I feel like it's giving the energy of like the divine stepping in and removing this person in order to protect you and help you to level up. You said time to get a Prius. Exactly. Precisely. Yeah, just too much on your plate, trying to juggle too many things. Spirit is definitely trying to get you out of that energy. Like pouring, you know, like I said, pouring out too much into other people, not putting yourself first. And this is like, you know, and the Empress is mother energy. And so it's just like being too exhausted to really like take care of everything that you want to have taken care of. And just being exhausted. Like, as the Empress, the mother should not be completely drained every day. Because again, you have to be emotionally available for your children. And so you said I was passing out by 8 p.m. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, not having that support, and I talk about like it's very important, if nothing else, to have the emotional support. So like, if nothing else, he should be able to come home and be emotionally available to you. Like, babe, tell me what your day was like. Even if he's tired, even if he doesn't really want to hear it, he allows you to like say, "Oh, the baby kept me up. The baby was colicky," or you know, he drew all over the sink in the bathroom, and I had to do this, and I had, you know, like just allowing you to have that adult conversation, adult interaction. Because when you have to be mom all day and you're spending a lot of time at home as well, perhaps, you know, it can become like very, very emotionally draining. And you have to, like, especially when you have a 2-year-old, you have to pour quite a bit into your children at that age. And so it becomes extremely important to have someone who supports you in what you're doing. You said he never cared when I would tell him he doesn't think being a mom is a job. Yeah, that's a problem. That is truly a problem. Because I was talking about this earlier where like the two parents have to work cooperatively together for the well-being, the mental and emotional well-being of the child. And so if you're constantly pouring out into everyone else and putting yourself last, it's like you're gonna get to a point of burnout. You said neither do the women in his family. Yeah, so if he's used to that, yeah, it's like fighting an uphill battle. So, um, so yeah, I feel like the energy is to just not like to let that go and just focus on parenting. And of course, you have free will to do whatever you want to do. I would just say that, like, if you do end up letting him circle back, then he would really need to show you something way different. Cause it's I don't if I wouldn't want it. I'm just gonna say that, like, cause I've been there, done that. My ex-husband did the same thing. I do feel like he might try to circle back only because he misses what he can get from you, like what he can take from you. Um, it's almost giving the energy of like draining the hell out of your energy. Having a lot of expectations. You said bill wise he pays, but I think my peace is more important. Absolutely. Your peace is way more important. And you know, you don't have to worry about, oh, will I find somebody who's going to accept me and my child? You don't have to worry about any of that. Because if you're sitting in King of Cups energy, anybody would be tremendously blessed to be in a relationship with you. When you have cultivated that much love within yourself, to put yourself in a position where you can actually show people through your actions how to love, and how to be loved, that's a very powerful place to be. And so, you know, it's just like I was talking about earlier. I feel like I was talking about you in the collective, where I was talking about just investing in the wrong person, investing in someone who doesn't appreciate you. His mom doesn't deal with emotions. Yeah, that's a big part of how, like, because I was talking about that earlier. Like, I grew up with two people from a generation that don't deal with emotions at all. Like, the suppression is real. Suppress everything, mask everything, pretend like everything is all good. Like, just delusional. Straight up. And that is not good. Because I feel like you're very in tune with your emotions. And that puts you, that's not a bad thing. That's a wonderful trait. But it puts you in a very vulnerable position where people will take you for granted, take advantage, take your kindness for weakness. You said it ends up eating them alive. Absolutely. Yeah. My mother literally, like, her darkness, like, I mean, her life was already, like, jacked up, for lack of better terms. But the last 2 years of her life were just hell. Like, it was hard for me to even witness her go through that because it was so much. It was so much. Like, I don't wish that shit on nobody. The stuff that she went through. But, like, people have to reap what they sow too. And I feel like you being such a kind-hearted person, like when you go through a lot, but you are still a very kind-hearted person, you're a pure-hearted person. Despite it all, the divine protects you very heavily. Like, it may seem heavy what you're going through right now, but the divine is always supporting you, always protecting you, always helping you to, like, restore your energy. And so when you're very heavily protected, he better look out. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, we go through normal everyday things, and the divine isn't like nitpicking every little thing, like, oh, he had an attitude today, so we gonna handle this, and he raised his voice today, so we gotta do this. Like, it's not like that. But it's like, if he took you down and through there emotionally for a significant period of time, it's not gonna end well. You said he did end up losing his job. Yeah, he gonna go down and through there, unfortunately. But but that's just a natural consequence of dealing with somebody the way he dealt with you, who is really just trying to be a good person. Because we have such a lack of good people in this world that the divine does not play for 1 minute about good people. You said he got another one, but we shall see. Yeah. And I'm not, by no means am I speaking anything negative over his life. I'm not wishing harm upon him. I'm not wishing any kind of ill will, because at the end of the day, like, he still needs to be able to help provide for his child. So it would be crazy work to try. And this is why I'll never understand why people try to do spell work and hexes and shit on somebody who you have to co-parent with. Like, that's just ridiculous. And then they'll justify it by saying, oh, well, he did this or he did that or she did this. And I'm like, you can't justify that when y'all have a child in common, especially. I mean, it's not justifiable regardless, because I don't care what the person did. Let the divine handle that. I'm not doing anything to anybody. But, like I said, it's just a natural consequence of messing with people. He said his family places weight into accomplishments in his career. Right, me either, but you read what you sow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so when you have somebody that is like that just, like, all they focus on is their accomplishments, and all they focus on is like, their identity rests in their degrees or their job or whatever. Like, that's a whole issue. That's a whole issue in itself. I would say that I'm almost famous. So, are you famous? In my mind, I'm famous. In my heart, I am. He said it's crazy because you can't take that with you. Exactly. Yep. I feel like that little girl in that meme when she was like, yep. So I hope that helps you. Thank you for trusting me with your energy. Thank you for supporting me. I'm going to see what this deck is talking about. You're welcome. Hey, mama girl. Hey, mommy girl. What you doing, mama? Alright, so Spirit, what else do you need to collect this? Oh, Lord. Here y'all go. Here you go. Alright, so Spirit, what else does the collective need to know? I think I'm going to put my other playlist on. Let's see what the playlist is talking about. Which one do I want? Oh my God. Oh Lord, is this about to be a love reading? Which one of y'all wanted a love reading? Hey. I miss the beach. That's the one. I loved LA because just for the beach and the weather. You said I feel like I just got one. What you mean? Just got one what? Oh, a love reading? Yeah. I feel like, and see, Spirit keeps talking about this divine union, and I'm like, can they just get together already so I can stop reading on it? Because I'm like, I feel like I keep saying the same shit. Different day. You said my favorite beaches in Wilmington. Okay. Yeah, I love the beach. When I lived in North Carolina, I used to go to Myrtle Beach like a couple times a year. I would even go in the wintertime because I just needed to be on the beach. It didn't matter like if I had to wear a sweatshirt and have a blanket out there or whatever. It didn't matter. And I feel like Spirit is really calling us to get more in tune with the water. Yes, so peaceful. Absolutely. Oh my God. Why do you bark like that, ma'am? Why, ma'am? Why do you bark like that? I know my higher self be like, why do you use those cards? I definitely feel like this is a love reading. Oh my God. And I feel like Spirit is saying that to a degree, your thoughts can really become spell work. So you have to be like very careful about who you're thinking about, what you're thinking about them. If you are dwelling on the pain of a relationship, like the abandonment of the relationship, because we have the abandonment card out here. Like if you're just focusing on everything negative, um and just like thinking thoughts about this person, like I hope they do this, I hope this happens to them, I hope they never, I hope like I hope that they get an STD or some shit. Like, y'all don't do that. Don't do that. Even if he was for the streets, don't wish no harm on them like that, because you don't want that kind of responsibility. That's a lot. That's a lot of weight. That's a lot of weight to carry when you speak negatively over somebody's life. Because, like, what Spirit is saying is that when you love yourself and when you care about yourself and when you nurture yourself, you really don't have time to be focused on other people. You do not have time to be like, you know, um spending a lot of energy like reliving experiences from a relationship, going over and over again, like conversations that you may have had that were harmful to you. um because like when somebody hurts me emotionally, I sit with that shit. Like I may cry about it, but I'm gonna sit with it and I'm gonna be like, like what role did I play in this? That's what I look at first. Like what role did I play in this and what do I need to do better for next time? And that's boss energy. Because a good boss is going to look to their subordinates for advice on how they can improve. You say, yeah, that's me right now. I hold myself accountable a lot. Yeah, that's important. Like, that is one of the biggest parts of the healing process. And that's probably one of the hardest parts because most people don't want to take accountability. They want to blame somebody else. And I'm not gonna hold y'all. I was in that energy myself for a time period where I was blaming everybody else. Now, granted, people did do shit to come against me, but I couldn't blame everybody for everything, for every decision. And so, it takes a very mature person to say that even though I'm in boss energy, I can still learn from other people from any walk of life. I can still like allow other people to expand my consciousness and offer me different suggestions of how I can do things differently. You said I blame him for making promises he couldn't keep. Well, I mean, that's justifiable, but at the same time, like I was the type of person where I would not only think about those things, but I would also sit with myself and think about like why did I let this person stay around me for this long? Like I questioned that shit with my ex-husband for a long time. I was like, why did I spend 12 of my formative years? Cuz I consider my I think I met my ex-husband when I was 19. So like I really I spent my formative years with somebody who I look back on and I was like, it was a no from the jump. So I had to look at like, and that's what I was talking about earlier. When you choose to do things from your darkness, like you really have to say, like, I was really very like functioning from a very dark place, and I was trying to fill this void, this emotional void with like just any kind of relationship. Like, why do that? Yeah. You said I do that also. I'm 27 now. We met when I was 17. Yeah. And that's like those are very pivotal times. Like, that's a very pivotal decade because you're learning a lot too. You're learning a lot about yourself, you're learning a lot about life, you're learning a lot about relationships. And some people say, well, like during that time you really shouldn't date just one person, you should date multiple people, you should get to know different people, what you like, what you don't like. I'm not agreeing with that 1,000% because I'm just the type of person where I really don't do well with dating multiple people. I would rather focus on one person, get to know that one person, and decide, do I like this person for everything they presented to me. So I feel like I learned just as much through long-term relationships as I could have learned through like fly by night, on and off, in and out relationships. So it really just depends on the person. I'm not built for that. I'm not built for like saying, like, unless it's like a long distance situation or something like that. Like, I'm not built for saying just I can deal with you dealing with other people and dealing with me. Nah, it's gonna be you gonna focus on me because I'm gonna focus on you. Um, yeah. And I really feel like Spirit is saying that somebody really had you fucked up in the game. Like they thought they were just gonna be on some lustful shit, and that you were just gonna accept that. Mm-mm. Like you out here in Empress High Priestess energy, being just single, sexy, and successful, and people really become trying to come into your life acting like you're just gonna accept whatever crumbs they want to give you. And I could like, unless you just on some, I just want to get my rocks off shit. If I'm not on that and I want a committed relationship, but you're still trying to keep me in your energy on some lustful shit, it's not gonna work. Mm-mm. And people will play mind games with you. They'll have you in this energy all in your head, thinking that this person's in love, like, oh, I'm in love with you. I want to marry you. Like making all these, like you said, empty promises. Making empty promises ain't going nowhere but to damn hell. No, I'm just kidding. See how it is that someone's able to cloak their energy. Oh, you said, so how is it that someone's able to cloak their energy? They would have to use someone else's energy. No. Mm-mm. Um he asked to stay in our shared home after we broke up to co-parent. That's what my ex-husband tried to do, and it was a hell no. Y'all would have been hunching. That's funny. Yeah, I can't say that about me and my ex-husband, because by the time we got divorced, our relationship was a done deal, like a long time before that. But I was like, no, I'm not staying in this house with you. Cause it was some other whack shit that he did where it was like I had to protect my safety. You said I drove right back home. Exactly. Like, nah. You said I don't understand it. What's the point of cloaking energy? No, I understand we can protect energy. So cloaking energy, people do that if they're trying to hide like doing spell work. Now the divine can cloak your energy from people so that like your true identity isn't revealed to certain people. So the divine can cloak your energy, but individuals really aren't capable of cloaking their own energy. Especially from someone who is a seer. Like I've had people try to throw negative shit at me, and then they think they got away with it, and that I wouldn't know that it was happening because they cloaked their energy. But first of all, the divine, your spirit team is not going to cloak you from being exposed for doing people dirty. That's number one. So I personally, like, depending upon who you ask, they may tell you it's possible to cloak your energy. The download that I have gotten about it previously and what I stand on is that you as an individual cannot cloak your own energy. Now, it could depend upon how high you are in your rank. Like if you're very high ranking in the spiritual realm, that's different because you're cloaking your energy for protection, or the divine is cloaking your energy for protection. The divine is not going to cloak me or anybody else if I'm out here doing negative spell work on people and I don't want them to know. Like that's I think I posted a video about that previously because that's some of the most delusional shit. Makes sense. Thank you for explaining that to me. You're welcome. Yeah, people will try to, and then some people will actually have people like pay them for cloaking spells and stuff like that, don't waste your money. Cause I'm just gonna say from my perspective, um, I like nothing gets past me. The divine may like cloak or hide certain things from me from my third eye view if they're trying to protect me, like my mental health and my emotional well-being. But they most times they eventually let me see what's going on. So like I may not have been able to see things for the first 40 years of my life, but now that I can see, I can pretty much see like everything, unless they just don't want me to. He said a lady tried to make me pay $100 for a reconciliation candle, child, and that's a no go. And that's why I'm saying trying to manipulate somebody's free will, that's one of the worst things you could try to do. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's horrible because first of all, I've said this before. I feel like that's cheating. Like I compete with myself. So why would I cheat myself and try to do something to manipulate somebody to want to be with me or to want to come back to me? Cuz I want the person I'm with, I want them to want me from their complete free will. Just like I want to want this person from my free will. Like I don't, there's different cultures that have arranged marriages, but most people want the freedom to choose who they're going to be with. You said I just feel like it'll end up in a violent situation, like bending his will. That it very well could. It's like trying to tame an animal who doesn't want to be tamed. Exactly. And the crazy part is that a lot of people will try to do that reconciliation stuff on people that they know they shouldn't be with. Like, sis, this person beat you so badly that you had to go to the hospital, but you out here paying somebody for a reconciliation candle. And the thing is that when people allow people to pay them for that kind of work, the person doing the preparation of the candle and the spell or actually doing the spell is even more culpable than the person paying for it, because a lot of times people don't understand how spirituality works. They don't understand how much the divine frowns upon that, because it's like if source isn't going to infringe on your free will, how the hell you gonna try to do it? So like it's very insulting to the divine when people try to come against people's free will, because source is like, I created this person and I'm not even going to violate their free will, so why the hell would you do that? And you're right. People will do that shit and be stuck with somebody that they don't even like. Like it is. I personally don't feel like spell work works. Maybe you can do different things to try to manipulate and control the situation. Just because the person is using their free will because they want to come back to you, and it may look like the spell worked, but ultimately, mm-mm. And there's way more consequences than benefits to that shit. Because also, too, the person that you're doing that to may not know from a conscious standpoint that you've tried to manipulate them and control them, but from an energetic standpoint, they know that shit. And so it, like you said, it can create a very volatile environment and like a real like push and pull situation. She said he keep playing with me. He don't know. This is such a hood song. But this is one of my damn guilty pleasures. Um so yeah, like all the work, all the hard work and toil is paying off because you are becoming this rising star. And I feel like Spirit is saying that like all the work that you put in is what is distinguishing yourself from the masses. So you know how like becoming an icon or being like a world known sensation, it's only a very small percentage of the population that would ever be in that position. And so because you did the work, he said Sexy Red will really have you in that mode for real. I just be in my car like, come us up. Oh god. I feel like, yeah, like I was saying earlier in the collective, like you're this rising star with positive public recognition. And I feel like spirit is protecting your energy so that you're not going to have to deal with a lot of opposition. You know, like people are going to be people, but I feel like, for the most part, because like your life is going to be on easy mode now, you're not going to have a lot of strife, you're not going to have drama that's going to have to be like put out there in the public or exposed. And it's not that you are going to be like a goody two shoes or holier than thou, or nothing ever, no challenges ever come to your life, but it's just going to be a situation where you're going to be laughing way more than anything else. You're going to be like crying happy tears, because it's giving the energy of like living a life, literally living the life of your dreams, like living the life that you never thought would be possible. Maybe you did think it would be possible, but it was like kind of far off. Like you would work on manifesting it, and I feel like that's part of like the work and labor that you put in, that you worked on manifesting this life in addition to healing and working through the different ups and downs. But um it's really going to be like the life that you've always had in mind. Cause I feel like you're finally looking at things from the perspective of like when a challenge comes, you like, okay, so this happened to now push me to go to plan B. This happened to now force me to be more vulnerable. And this happened to force me to have to humble myself and maybe ask for help or whatever the case is. You said, I have a lot of things I want to do, and now that he is gone, I can focus for real. Exactly. Because, and that's what I've talked about a lot, is that when you're in a healthy relationship, especially when you're cultivating a healthy relationship with yourself, that is where you grow. That's when you fall in love with yourself and you really start stepping into your power and your purpose. It's very difficult to focus on yourself and going within when like your outer world is chaotic, because your out if your outer world is chaotic, it reflects in your inner world, and vice versa. So if I'm in a relationship where I don't trust a person and I'm constantly like wondering, are they gonna call me? Do they really like me? Are they gonna take me out? Like, all just being overly concerned about all those things, it's very difficult to like get on live and focus on what it is that I need to do. And so that's why I know that I'm going to need a very emotionally balanced and healthy situation so that I can continue to move and flow in my like on my highest timeline within the relationship. And we have rich guy and we have thief in the reverse. So this person is going to not only bring abundance to the relationship, but is going to be very generous with their time, their energy, their finances, not just trying to take your energy. And so the song on is Magic by Tweet. So I feel like this relationship is held in high honor and it's going to feel very magical. It's going to put you in the energy of like your soft, vulnerable self versus like having to put up unhealthy walls, unhealthy boundaries. This person is going to make you feel comfortable to be yourself. Is going to allow you to be like vulnerable with them because they'll be vulnerable with you. I feel like there's going to be a lot of like intimate conversations, deep conversations, a lot of just opportunities to grow. And you may have had a lot of similar experiences or just some similar experiences so that you all can like grow from each other's experiences. But it's like, so the individual journey, so when someone is on a twin flame journey, that means that they have like a divinely appointed connection. And so there's each individual has to do the work on their own in order to come together with the person they're supposed to be with. Because then they join forces and become like this, movement together. And the love that they have individually, when you bring that together in a union and they join, like the love that they have for themselves individually joins together and they become one in this union. That's what I've been talking about, where like the masculine and feminine are representations of the masculine and feminine of source. And so when you balance those energies and then they merge as one, then like the relationship becomes a reflection of source. That's pretty deep. And so the song on is Cry For You by Jodeci. And so that pretty much speaks to like what I was talking about, where this person is going to be vulnerable with you and allow you to be vulnerable with them. Because a man, we're gonna talk about a masculine. I mean, if you're a woman and you've been operating a lot from your masculine, it may be hard for you to cry. It may be hard for you to show emotion, but a lot of times it's especially hard for a masculine to show those emotions, because a lot of men have been raised like, don't cry, don't be a punk, like, you're not supposed to show emotion, thug it out, that type of thing. And so um it's gonna be a situation where the person is in tune, like I said, balance the energies, and is in tune with their feminine energy, that allows them to be like emotionally available, very communicative. You said hopefully my ex didn't show. Oh, my ex didn't show. Yeah, and that's the thing, when someone doesn't show a lot of emotion, um that allows you, and it's 555 on my clock, that allows you to say to yourself, is this what I want from a relationship? Is this gonna be okay if we get married? And like, no, it's not. You said only when I was leaving him did he show. Oh, that's when he started showing emotions. Yeah. And it takes a lot of maturity to be emotionally available. It takes a lot of emotional maturity. It takes a lot of courage to be emotionally vulnerable. You say he would start crying, yeah. Because unfortunately, sometimes people do not get it until you have to leave. And then for me, like by then it's too damn late. Because especially if I've let this person circle back multiple times and I've given them the benefit of the doubt multiple times, and they continue to show me the same thing, I'm like, nah, we not doing that. Because people just end up just continuing to destroy the relationship, and then they start like destroying that person for the next person, and that's not right. Because there's so many people that need to heal from relationships, because the person um like played in their face, played with their emotions, pretended like they were really for them, and they were really for the damn streets. And sometimes people are really just like trying to find happiness from something external or someone outside of them. And when you're trying to find happiness externally, it ends up backfiring. You said you said it was over when his mom asked for the engagement. What? Then his sister accused me of pawning it. Oh my lord. First of all, why is your mother getting involved in that? That's crazy work. Like, go ahead with that shit. You said it was ridiculous, and they still don't see where they were wrong. Yeah, they people need to stay out of shit for real. And like trying to seek love from outside yourself, it's gonna end. You're gonna end up disappointed every time. Like it's really gonna mess with you mentally and emotionally. Because really, on some real shit, people, these like energies in a human vessel really don't have the capacity to support another individual emotionally and mentally. And that's where things go wrong, is when someone comes into the relationship having very, very unrealistic expectations of what another person has the capability to do with regard to their happiness. And so that's why I'm like, anybody that I'm with should just be the cherry on top of my situation. I set the ground rules, I set the foundation, I establish myself and have to love myself. Um and like that's my gift to the other person, is bringing like my whole self to the relationship, and it should be the same way from the other person. Like, don't bring me half of yourself because you left the other half with your ex, or you left three-quarters of yourself with the last three people that you dealt with, and you want to bring me just a quarter and expect for me to be able to work with that. You said, I have a feeling he's dealing with someone now, but he's definitely just using them. Yeah, and that's terrible because like you really have to take time in between relationships, especially if y'all were together for like a decade. You know, you were young when you got together and you have a child together. Like you have to really take some time to just be by yourself and heal. I think that really what happens is that people really don't know what healing looks like. And that's why I try to like not use a lot of cliche shit, because healing can look different for different people. How I handle my healing may not work for the next person, but you have to just try different modalities until you find one that works for you. Right. Healing is like grieving. Yeah, it is. It's a process. Yeah. And that's the thing, like in my mind, I was determined to just be a better person in general. So like when I really wasn't feeling my personality, when I didn't like how I would react to certain things, I didn't like how I thought about things or thought about life or thought about people, because like when I was in a more negative energy, I would see people and situations from a more negative lens. So I would like, instead of finding the good in the situation, I would pick apart like the worst possible scenario. And that's how people sabotage relationships. And one thing is like when you're constantly beating yourself up, it's very difficult to heal from that type of energy. Because what I had to learn the hard way is that the divine is not condemning you for your past. The divine is not like, I mean, of course, your whole life is being recorded in the Akashic records, but that doesn't mean that you can't process through everything, learn from it, grow from it, and then completely transform into this new person. You know, like a lot of people get stuck in the past. They get stuck focusing on woulda, coulda, shoulda. They get stuck focusing on like, oh well, if I hadn't taken this path, then this would have happened, and I wouldn't have had to suffer because of what I did. And da 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 da. Everything that you have been through has been in divine order and divine timing. And when people really wrap their heads around that, um, Wilson, you about to get damn blocked. I don't like stuff like that. Why are you in here playing? Um, I gotta do this puzzle piece. Hold on. It says, no, I'm not doing that. So, yeah, in here playing. And so, a lot of times, people move from a place of like, I don't want to do the work, but I just want somebody to take care of me. And that's just bad news all around. Because when you go into a relationship from a very transactional standpoint, then that's all it ends up being. Like, who the hell wants to just be in something transactional? Because let me tell you something. I don't want to be with anybody that I'm not physically attracted to. I don't want to be with anybody who I'm not attracted to intellectually. I don't care how much money you have. I'm not, I'm good. Because intimacy in all aspects of the word is very important to a relationship. And intimacy starts outside of the bedroom. He said he wanted me to go back into my old self, but he asked me to quit and move with him. We had our second. His mom pushed and was like, "We got to." Now look, I'm single with both our kids. Well, yeah, but you know, I was in that same predicament. I was actually divorced with 3 children because I already had my son, and then I had 2 children when I got married, or with my ex husband. So yeah, like one thing about it is that people who don't have the courage enough to not be in a relationship for convenience or like for the children or whatever, it ends up being like I'm hearing like a trap, because like now you've accepted something less than what you want. Now you're in like a marriage or a committed relationship, and it's not as easy. Like, you got out of the situation where you could just say, I'm just gonna take this ring off and keep it pushing. But there's people who like got married and, you know, have all this money involved and assets and real estate and just all kinds of shit where it's much harder to get out of the situation. And then when you have a situation like that, those divorces can get real ugly. It can be very stressful. Yeah, I was saying it can get very ugly and very stressful over money. Like that money, that drive for money, that like crabs in a barrel mentality, just trying to make it out here, got the community fucked up. And it turns into situations sometimes where you have people that are in very like important positions. Like you have people in doctor roles, you have people that are supposed to be out here healing the community, but just doing more damage because they either got into the role just for money, they got into the role just like to satisfy their ego, their identity. They, their identity rests in their accomplishments. You said I'm like that, but not that bad. Like he wouldn't let me drive his car. Lord. And I'm just hearing like somebody with a very poor bedside manner. So that could be like somebody that just works with people. It doesn't have to be a doctor. It could be somebody that's like a therapist or just someone, a social worker, like somebody that works in the community. And this could be somebody that one of y'all dealt with. Yeah, like somebody in the medical field. And you have when you have people that are in very vulnerable positions physically, mentally, and emotionally, you have to be really above board in those circumstances because you can really do a lot more damage if you're not operating from, like your highest timeline from a humanitarian perspective. And that doesn't mean that you just do stuff for free and you pour into other people to exhaustion and you're not being compensated and you're struggling to live to help other people. I'm not saying that. That's being out of balance completely. But part of healing and part of putting yourself first is knowing how to say no to like that additional meeting. Knowing how to say no to like if you're in some kind of organization and they ask you, can you work the fundraiser or can you make the costumes for this, that, or the third, or can you just anything that causes you to have to go out of your way and be stressed out about it because you got 15 other things on your plate, plus you running kids around to extracurricular activities and just doing a whole bunch of shit. And so if what you're being asked to do puts you in like a bad place mentally, emotionally, physically, financially, it's a no. Mm-mm. Because that's called bringing justice to yourself, bringing balance to yourself. And a lot of people have a hard time with that. Like I was talking to somebody the other day, and the person was like, yeah, I know that I put myself before others. I know that I'm draining my energy. I know that I need to go to therapy. Okay, but what we talking about? Because if you know all these things, but you're not doing it, like, what we doing? What are we doing? Because what's going to happen is your ass is going to be burnt the hell out. You're going to be completely burned out in the near future. And, like everybody is here for a specific purpose. Whether it's you're working things out for yourself or your bloodline or for the entire world. There's some people who have really big, powerful missions. Like, you are here to help assist with the world leveling up. So, it doesn't matter what scale it's on, because you healing yourself as an individual, you're blessing the collective with that energy. You're blessing the collective with you coming from a healed place. And so it doesn't matter how big or small your mission or purpose is here, because like what Spirit is saying is that even though you may feel like healing yourself is on a small scale, depending upon who you interact with, it could be huge. Because one person can have a really large mission and purpose, and they're being opposed on every side from every angle. And so if one person heals themselves to the point where they encounter this individual and they can be that one person to offer a compliment, encouragement, genuine love, genuine support for this one individual that has this very huge mission, that's that one individual contributing to the world mission. But the problem is, this one person over here with a very large mission, they keep encountering a bunch of unhealed people that only have bullshit to bring to their life. So this individual who's on a big mission is constantly having to be that person to come into this person's life, because they out here wrecking so many other people. Now walking karma gotta come in and handle you. And that shit's gonna hit different. It can go either way. If you get your shit together and you encounter walking karma and you treat them well, it could be a blissful situation for you. But if on the flip side, you see this person and you're jealous and competitive and catty and unsupportive and trying to harm this person, it's going to go way left. And this world is basically like, this world hinges on relationships of all kinds. So if I'm in a business relationship with somebody that's fucking with me and fucking with my creativity, and especially trying to come in between me and my money that I have worked hard for. Because one thing about it, when you have gone to hell and back multiple times with many people, you can genuinely say that you are self-made. And so when you're in self-made energy, that's the type of energy where the divine pours out abundance. Like, you can't even imagine or comprehend the amount of abundance that gets poured out on you. at that point. And so for somebody to come in and try to hinder that, like by intentionally hiding shit, like falsifying documents, doing illegal shit to try to keep people intentionally from their money or from just anything that could help them be successful. Yeah, like trying to block your manifestations, trying to block you from creating the life that you want. And like I said, it can come in many forms. Like relationships can really make or break people. Like I was saying earlier, I felt some kind of way about being a parent. And that me staying in that energy really could have taken me out of here prematurely. Because if I stayed in that and just allowed the naysayers to overtake me, like that's where the evil eye and spell work starts working, is when people project onto you and try to make you feel less than, and you start to believe it and internalize it. That's the only time when the opposition can really affect you mentally, emotionally, and energetically, is when you are not fortified enough in your own self-love. You're not your vision isn't clear enough for you to really see who you are in order to be able to come against that shit. Yes. And yes, it is a bad place. And it's a mental prison. For sure. Like I was really in a mental prison when I felt like I didn't deserve anything good if I was a bad mother. First of all, even thinking that I was a bad mother was a mental prison in itself, because if that was other people trying to convince me of that. It's just like in a relationship, when somebody tries to convince you that you're not good enough for the love that you really want and deserve, when somebody makes you feel like you'll never find anybody better, because there's literally somebody for everybody. So like, who I'm not compatible with and who's not like operating at my level is fine for somebody else who's operating on a different level, or who has a different mission where their mission is more compatible with this person than mine. So like I posted a video earlier, and I was saying, I'm not saying that you'll never find anybody better, but as far as my level of healing, I have such a drive and determination to just be better on a daily basis, to stretch myself out of my comfort zone. Like when you encounter somebody like that genuinely moves like that, it's very difficult to find another person that's operating at that level. But if the person is not operating on that level, then maybe that person who's vibrating lower and not doing the work like I'm doing, maybe they're perfect for each other. They possibly could be a match made in damn heaven. I don't know. I personally feel like that's the person settling for mediocrity, And just like because you want to be lazy and not do the work, you just like, well, fuck it. I'm instead of going for the A person, I'm gonna go for this B person. And here go karmic feminine. That's that B person. That's that plan B shit. That one that you can't get rid of, no matter how hard you try. Because when you make the choice to be with somebody just because they're not forcing you to work on yourself, they're not forcing you to level up. And when I say forcing you, I'm not saying like somebody's actually like literally standing over you, like, okay, I need for you to do this, this, and this in order to make this relationship work. I would never go into a relationship thinking that I can change someone. So like if I don't like how you moving right now, then I'm not about to like project into the future and say this person is going to be better one day and I can see their potential. I'm not, no, we not dating potential in the 2026. Like we should have stopped dating for potential decades ago. But we definitely not dating for potential now. And then, like, I feel like Spirit is saying you really have to use your intuition and your discernment because people will definitely mask themselves in their finances, their accomplishments. They'll say, maybe they even go to therapy, but they're not using therapy to like heal and grow and expand. They're just using therapy just to say that they go to therapy. They in there talking about the same shit over and over and over again, not making progress. Maybe possibly just, using medication or something to cope, and they're not really doing anything. You said I wanted him to be a better man because he portrays himself to be a different person. Like as a coach, people love him, but how he was in the relationship, there was no need for improvement. Yeah. And that's the thing, like people can be amazing coaches, they can be amazing parents, but they can really damn suck at relationships. Like romantic relationships. What y'all doing? One thing about people, they love damn faking the phone. You said I do miss him though, and that's natural, and that's completely normal. Like we have to go through a time period where we miss people. Oh my god! And like I said, especially since you were with him for that long, from age 17, that's a long time. And especially because you were so young at the beginning. Like we really seriously don't mature until about 25. So if you're only 27 and mature, and men tend to mature slower. So if y'all are both 27, you know, like your rate of maturity is not gonna look like his. And so like I have talked about this before where one thing I have not done is I have not demonized my children's fathers to them. And I refused to do that. Like, I refuse to project my experiences with their father onto them because I care about their mental and emotional well being, because I want them to get to know their father for who he is and for like who he literally is, not for who I perceive him to be, not based on my experiences with him. And so when you allow your children to go through the process of learning the person and getting to know that person on their terms, it allows them to learn a lot of lessons about relationships as well. Because, like, I can talk to my adult children now and they'll come to me and be like, yo, I started seeing this, this, and this. And I'm like, well, now you know, like what I was having to go through. And it's coming from them, it's not coming from me. And I think that, you know, people can appreciate having that level of autonomy versus having someone force feed them half truths, or, you know, a story that's been twisted to make that person look good versus the other person. One thing about it is we have to really allow people to live their lives. We have to allow people to go through their own experiences, make their own decisions. And of course, you know, like you have to guide your children until they're older. But for the most part, like I know for me, because I didn't grow up like that, I really didn't have a high level of like respect for my children's decision making ability once they got to a certain age and their emotions. So like they may have expressed something to me and I may not, like, I know that I wasn't fully emotionally available every time they express something to me. And so that definitely affects people, because when you're not able to validate their feelings, that can really like cause people to really go into a depression. And then, you know, they start to feel like it's not safe to express themselves. It's not safe to feel certain ways. And so people then try to internalize and repress their feelings. And that can create an environment where the person like implodes. And that's not a good look. And the thing is, when it's someone, it hits way different when it's someone that you look up to, is someone that you have a lot of respect for. If it's someone that you have a certain expectation of, like I'm not big on having expectations of people, but you know, like as a child growing up, you have a certain expectation of how you're supposed to interact with your family, especially your parents. And if they're showing you something different from like what you expect, it can be very it can affect your development. And that's not to like beat parents up or make it seem you're responsible for this person's whole life, because I'm not saying that. That's what had me in a chokehold. Like, I felt I was taking on the responsibility of my child's or my children's whole outcome. Like, you just cannot take on the responsibility of a whole other person's outcome. Yes, you had them. Yes, you have a responsibility to care for them while they're developing and they have to depend on other people to like survive. But once they get to be a certain age, that's where like the whole giving them autonomy and validating their feelings kicks in, because then they feel more confident to be able to make sound decisions. Like, I saw this video the other day and I was disturbed by the video, and I was so happy that when I went to the comments, people were like, this is not okay. This is disturbing. It was a grown ass woman who was crashing out and was screaming and was like, she sounded like a 2-year old having a temper tantrum. She was in the car screaming, I'm mad, I'm mad. Because she went to the airport to pick her niece up, and her niece didn't tell her that her flight was delayed before she left the house. So instead of like just coming to the airport, she being off the plane, got her bags, she picked her up and keep it moving. She felt like she had to circle the airport because maybe it was like a small delay, like 30 minutes or something like that. But regardless, if it's only like 30 minutes to an hour, yes, the person could have given you a heads up when they first got to the airport and knew that their flight was delayed. But like you don't have to completely crash out. She was like, I'm mad. She was like, I'm so fucking mad. Like, she's honking the horn and shit. And like the person video with taping this was her child in the back seat. I don't know how old the child was, but the fact that they posted it and was laughing at her behavior, that you're showing your child how to have a dysregulated nervous system. You're showing your child how to not be balanced in your emotions. You're showing your child very poor problem solving skills. Okay, so like in North Carolina, there's a Sheetz gas station right near the airport. Okay, well, the flight is delayed. I'm entitled to feel a little pissed off because she didn't let me know when she got on the plane. But okay, since we're here now and it's only like a 30-minute delay or whatever, we could just go, let's circle one time, exit the airport, go to Sheetz, get some, candy or gum or cookies or whatever from damn Sheetz, and wait. And then as soon as she lands and gets her bag, then we'll go back to the airport. But with the way gas prices are set up, your goofy ass just gonna keep circling and she's delayed. Like, that's just crazy work. And like what we lack as a society is being able to make sound decisions for ourselves and others. And when you show your child how to react to situations like that, so like that was an opportunity for her to show her child how to work through that situation. She could have said, now see, that's really insensitive of this person to not let me know. And it really was inconsiderate. So if this ever happens with you, I want you to be that person to get on the phone, just send a quick text. Hey, my flight is delayed. Don't rush to the airport at the original time that I gave you. Boom. So you've not only taught your child how to be calm about a regular ass occurrence in life, but you've also taught them how to be a better person than the person who you're upset with. And that's how we should be moving through life. But, I'm not going to front. I wasn't taught how to problem solve. I was not taught how to regulate my emotions because my mother was very dysregulated for most of my life. She was in a depressive state for the most part when I was growing up. And so my mother's way of processing through emotional problems and turmoil was to drown herself in food and the TV. My mother, like the majority of my life, when my mother was home, she did not leave that damn couch. She was on the couch, like we had a TV room and we had a formal living room. And she was on that couch damn near 24/7. She had a whole bedroom of, like, we lived with my grandparents, so it was a whole big ass house full of rooms that she could have gone into and laid her head. But she would stay on that couch. And I'm just the type of person, my energy is set up like where I would look at that and I was like, I don't even turn on my TV now. So, like, I could have definitely taken on those traits and I could have decided that I was going to process through my emotions by just distracting myself with the TV and like emotionally eating. Now, I have had a tendency to emotionally eat. I'm much better now, but like sweets and fast food and all that shit, we can get caught up in all of that because that's generational. Eating habits is passed down. How we process through our emotions is passed down. Like if we watched our parents um use retail therapy and then be wondering where the money's coming from for the rent or the bills or whatever, and your damn lights and water getting cut off and shit. I was listening to some young people talk the other day, and it kind of saddened me because I was like, so you can tell when somebody grew up where people didn't really talk to them much. You can tell that when people grew up in an environment where they were just like really sheltered from, financial responsibilities, um like I said, decision making and all that shit. They don't know how to answer questions. They don't know how to really process through things. It's hard to articulate things. I think that I articulate the way I do because I spent a lot of time in my head and a lot of time listening and not talking as much. I've always been very observant. And a lot of times, like, I was that kid that I would be so quiet and so low key that the parents and the adults would just be talking freely and forget I was there. Like, there have been many times when people like, oh shit, like Amanda's in the room. Like, and by that time, I've already gotten majority of the goods. I've already heard it. And so that's the issue, is that, you know, we grow up listening to people, and that's where we get a poverty mentality, where we have a hard time breaking that paradigm up out of our minds, because we were around a bunch of broke ass people that talked about being broke every day. I'm not saying don't like keep it real in certain circumstances, but you don't have to talk about being broke all the time. Like, I can't do this. I can't do that. I don't make enough money. I can't afford this. I can't afford that. We can't afford that. What you mean? I don't know. Where the money coming from? I don't know. And I want to go do this, but I can't do that because I got to pay for this and I got to pay for that. And I got to buy these groceries. And, you know, like, gas prices are so high. You know, like, just all of that shit. And so, you know, as we're growing up, we're constantly getting mentally programmed. And so when you have an awakening, and when you really start to see life outside of how you've been programmed by your family, by your peers, by society, by the government, by books in school, when you start to release all of that shit, like, that's the tower moment. That's when the world seems like it's crashing down around you, because you start to realize that everything that you believed, like, especially if you grew up, like, I grew up in a very political family. If you grew up in a very politically driven family, and they were all about, you know, black people's rights and civil rights and voting rights, and I'm not saying I'm not saying be against those things, but I'm just saying the reality of things is that a lot of that shit is just, how do I want to put this? It's all made up. Why in the hell, if we're all energies living in a human vessel, why in the hell will we ever have to have a discussion about who can and can't vote for something, who can and can't have a say in something? Like, that's why, like, this whole shit is straight just concocted. So, like, society and the world concocted a situation where we have people thinking that black people are not indigenous to the United States. I watched a video where the guy was like, with the amount of people that they said came over here in the slave trade, on top of how long it took to bring people over here from Africa, on top of how many people passed away in the Middle Passage, the numbers is not, the math is not mathing. A whole lot of people would have already had to be here for the numbers to make sense. So, like, to try to create this narrative and control the narrative of, like, y'all weren't here, we brought you here, we, you know, like, your history is from slavery and all this crazy shit. That's how people get oppressed mentally. That's how people get controlled. And that's why Kanye said, and I hate to quote this nigga, but he said, slavery is a choice because of that. Because we're talking about mental slavery. We're talking about not being tapped in enough to the spirit realm, not using our intuition enough to decipher the truth from a lie. And that's why people like me and other spiritualists are here to try to help the collective, to try to help humanity think differently, to have a totally different perspective about why things happen the way they happen, and flip that shit for your elevation. Because if people, like, if I hear one more person say that the government didn't have enough money to bail out Spirit Airlines, I'm gonna scream. Because how can you say we don't have enough money for something when billions of dollars are being spent on a war right now? In my opinion, and this is just my opinion, everybody has one. Money is just numbers on a screen. So, like, all of these concepts of like money isn't backed by gold anymore, so it's losing its value, and money isn't this and money isn't that. That's all mental paradigms that are being created for us on a daily basis. That's why I'm not about to be dependent upon this world for my abundance. I am 1000% relying on the divine to provide for me and to provide abundance for me. I am not going to rely on the ways of this world to put me in a position of being damn independently wealthy. I'm just not. And that takes tremendous faith. That takes childlike faith. Like, I really have the heart of a child because I believe, I have so much faith in the divine that I'm willing to sit up here and spend hours on live with one person in my damn live. One, to know people. And I'm totally fine with it because what am I doing? I'm creating content for a later date. That's the first thing. Most people would be like, you crazy as hell for being up there pouring yourself out onto what seemingly is nobody. Now, I know for a fact, just based on the numbers, when I get off alive, that multiple people have watched me from outside the live. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is, hey Bookham, the second thing is that I'm doing this so that the divine can see that I'm out here going to get it. I'm not wasting the gifts that the divine gave to me because of my ego or like how it looks right this minute. Because I need for the divine to know that I'm gonna stay in the game long enough to see what it is that I know that I'm about to get. And so a lot of this is a test. Like, okay, We're gonna suppress her videos. We're gonna suppress her live. We're gonna figure out how long she gonna stay in the game. We just need to make sure that you not gonna give up. And I'm not, like, I've gone through too much. I've, had to get it out the mud too many times. And I spent decades of my life trying to figure out what my purpose was, what my gifts were. And to finally know who I am, to finally know what my gifts are, to finally be operating and working in my purpose, and to actually enjoy what I'm doing. And for me to sit here and allow what other people think of me or say about me or how they talk about me behind my back and clown me, because I already know that, like, I'm operating on way different levels from other spiritualists. Let's just put it out there. There's not many people on here that are in the world, period, that are just reading straight energy. So I've already distinguished myself from the majority of readers just right there. So if somebody want to sit here and be like, "Oh, she don't have no motion. Nobody be in her live. Nobody listen to what she's saying. Nobody really care." You can laugh now, but you gonna cry later. I promise you. All the people that think they doing something because they have a huge following. You got 500,000 people following you. But just imagine you feeling accomplished, like you did something, talking crazy about somebody else who is on the come up, and then me blasting off and taking all your coin. Because when certain people, and I talk to a collective of very high ranking spiritual beings, so I'm talking to people who could, like, it could be like 100 people, and they could completely, like, come on the scene and totally take all the shine, from the Kardashians to from other celebrities, because we're in a time where, like, prophecies are being fulfilled. Things from the Bible are coming to damn pass. So, like, I don't talk my shit because I don't know who I am. And that's another thing. It's like, when I really accepted who I am from a spiritual perspective, it allows me to live more from that place than from a human perspective. Even though I have to be fully human and fully divine in this meat suit, I can still live like that's really what you call heaven on earth. Where you can live from, like, what am I trying to say? You can live from a place of, like, your manifestation, like actually living from the energy of your highest timeline, even though you're still, like, moving forward. So it's like seeing the beginning from the end. Like you are, I don't know how I want to explain this because I'm hearing your future self. So I feel like they're saying like living life from the standpoint of your future self. And that shit is not easy to do because every month when them bills, when it's time to pay them bills, it's not always easy to see life from the standpoint of when you living in your damn palace and money is not an issue and you have your own private jet and you can go anywhere in the world that you want to and you don't have to worry about damn Spirit closing down and your flight being canceled. Okay. But that's why, like, I'm not really well versed on the Bible, but I feel like there's a part of the Bible where it talks about you have to have childlike faith to enter the kingdom of heaven. And that's basically what I'm talking about. And you can be a goofy little kid and you can be healing your inner child and still be, adult. You can still have to do adult things and be responsible, but live in, with childlike faith. Because I have books where I journal exactly what I want my life to look like. And every time I read it, like I have a prayer that I do before I get on live, and I read basically through the things that I want to see in my life. And if I let somebody else read that shit, they'd be like, bitch, you crazy. Like, what they would be like, what makes you think that you can have this, and this? With the way the government is set up, with the way the world is set up, with the way the United States is set up, with the way it is, with the way life is set up for Black people, with the way life is set up for Black women, what makes you think that you can have any of this? The divine. You said if you're not aiming too high, you're aiming too low. Exactly. Because the thing is, like, who would I be to be operating in my gifts like this and not believe in magic and not believe in miracles and not believe that I have the power to manifest my dreams? It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. It makes no sense. And that's where people go wrong, because people will, like, they'll say they believe in the divine. They say that they believe in their manifestation power. They'll say that they believe that they can, move with supernatural abilities and stuff like that. But then they're out here like, oh, I gotta compete with this person, and I gotta get this many followers by this date in order to do this and that. And I'm not saying that if someone is using social media as their full-time job, that something is wrong with them having structure. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you can have structure without like focusing your energy into competing with someone else, or focusing your energy into just making money instead of like actually trying to help people. Like, I saw a video earlier where this girl was talking about, well, she's a woman, but she was saying that what the hell is her name? It's Dr. Bryant or whatever. It's this black chick who purports to be like a family therapist or whatever, or a relationship therapist. And she's done interviews with like old boy, the football player from the Panthers. She's done like different podcasts and talking about relationships. And the woman was saying, and I totally agree with her, she was, yeah, Cam Newton. Yeah. She was basically saying, she was like, people respect what this woman has to say, and they listen to her because she's attractive. And like, she wears like very revealing clothes. I'm not saying that she can't dress how she wants to dress. I'm not saying that how someone presents themselves determines their ability, but it's clear that she uses her femininity and her sexuality for, like motion. And so homegirl was saying that a lot of the things that she says makes it evident that she's really not a licensed therapist. And if she is, she's telling people to do completely the wrong things. Like, just craziness. And like, she's doing a lot of promoting her book and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with promoting yourself. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying that when you have a platform like that and you can affect the masses with your platform, that is a huge responsibility. And right now, relationships are really in a bad place. And just like I have talked about Shira 7, where she has a very large platform where she could be affecting and having a really positive impact on relationships. This chick could have a really positive impact on relationships if she used her platform in the right way. And I'm not like all about trying to talk about other people in order to make myself look better, anything like that. I'm just like, I have to use examples of situations in order to get my point across. And I don't know why I felt like I needed to say that, but maybe somebody is watching me judging the hell out of me right now. Like, oh, you just hating because blah, blah, blah. No, absolutely not. Because I firmly believe that slow and steady wins the race. I've gone through enough already, and I've done enough in my life that I can be patient for a little bit longer. Like, why in the hell would I get to this point and then act like I can't be patient when something can change tomorrow or next week? Yeah, like, and then on top of that, I'm not trying to do anything that would possibly hinder me from my ultimate success. Because you could go a long time being above board and doing the right thing and treating people in, a respectful way. just to do one crazy thing and then blow it all. I'm not doing that. And that's one thing that I know that the divine trusts my judgment, because they know that I'm a trustworthy person, that I'm a dependable person. Like, you can't just be out here. I mean, you can, but if you expect to have abundance poured out on you from the divine specifically, I'm not saying you have to be perfect, but if your primary intention is for the good of yourself and others, that's what matters to the divine. Like, as long you can have missteps, you can, maybe make a decision that compromises yourself or someone else. Those things are going to happen. But if overall your intentions are good and you have, the right idea for how you interact with other people, and you're honest, it's a rarity, because there's so many people out here damn selling lies and deception, and so many people out here doing awesome trick shit in order to get ahead. I've had several situations where I'll encounter a spiritualist that, like, a lot of times they will have done something crazy to a multitude of people before they actually got to me. But I will, even if the person has been in a position where they did other people dirty, if you encounter an energy like mine, like your energy, this person has the opportunity to totally wipe away their past just by being a kind person, a good person to you. Because, like I said, the people I talk to are very high ranking spiritual beings with very big mission and purposes. And so, with that, a lot of shit comes with that. You have to deal with a lot of stuff constantly when you carry that type of mantle. I'm gonna say, I'm not really sure what mantle means, but that's what I'm hearing. Let me look that up. But when you carry that kind of mantle, you need all of the people that can possibly be on your side as an ally. And so when I encounter people and they have the opportunity to treat me well, and that doesn't mean that the person is kissing my ass or going above and beyond the call of duty, just being a regular ass person. That's it. Like, just be on some regular shit. Just be in the energy where, like, I can really depend on you as a part of my soul tribe, because you're going to be genuinely supportive. You're going to be genuinely, like, caring, loving, encouraging. There's no shade. I don't have to defend myself against you because you out here trying to compete and shit. So, carrying a mantle is to assume a significant role, a responsibility, or legacy, often one that has previously often one that was previously held by another person. The core meaning: when someone carries a mantle, they're not just doing a job, they're often seen as upholding a specific purpose, authority, or set of values. It frequently implies a sense of continuity, taking up where a predecessor left off. So like that's why I'm talking about very significant spiritual beings. Because when you have a high rank in the spirit realm, when you have very powerful spiritual gifts, like however that looks, however that manifests, when you have the power to affect people emotionally through your work, or you have the power to like change people's minds through your work. So like a lot of times artists can do this, musicians can do this, spiritualists can do this, therapists can do this. So like songwriters, they can write an amazing song that can help somebody heal. I had done a reading on this artist who was doing like commission work for celebrities. She just popped in my live, and I was like, I was reading her energy, and I was like, are you an artist? Or have you ever um like thought about doing art, because they're showing me you in a field with a canvas? And she was like, I'm a celebrity artist. And I was tripping because this was like early on in my, like me putting myself out there as far as like publicly doing readings. And so like because of the things that she had experienced, like she went through very traumatic domestic violence. I was reading her energy, but I don't think she really wanted me to talk about it publicly because of her, position as an artist. But I was like, I had no clue as to like what kind of art she did other than like people's faces or whatever. But I was like, the divine is saying that your artwork can heal people who have experienced domestic violence. So just by her pouring her energy into the images of like, I don't know, like domestic violence. I don't know what that would look like for her. But just by her pouring her energy into her artwork in that way, the people who look at her art can be healed just by virtue of looking at it. That's some powerful shit. That's some supernatural shit. And so and then like I ended up going to her IG account after the live, and I saw that she had like a whole collection, like a whole trauma based collection. So she had already done the work that I was talking about was going to heal other people. So that's what I mean. Like when people have very powerful missions and purposes. Thank you for the follow. Hey, goddess. When people, thank you for the repost. When people have very powerful missions and purposes like that, they can really like their interactions with people can really make or break how they pour into other people, how they pour into their mission, how they carry out their purpose. And so let me tell you, just all I'm gonna say is be careful how you interact with any and everybody, because you could run up on somebody with a very big mission and purpose and try to come against them, and it's just the end result is not gonna be, it's not gonna be pretty. It's really not. So and I'm really just channeling and shuffling these and playing with these cards. Not for anything significant, but we have massive regrets, and that's what I'm talking about. We got shady people with the mask, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Folks being to completely wash down the damn drain. Okay? Like on some bullshit. And so when you live from like a very toxic standpoint and that's pretty much all you know, like it's not easy to break out of that shit. Self-love is crucial. You said I have tarot cards. I'm learning. Okay. There's a lady on here. I forgot her name. I think her name is Shauna. Um, but she does like lives every day where she teaches tarot, and she was like she lets people in the comments interpret the cards and stuff. I really like her channel, like the way she teaches it, because it gives you like so many different perspectives on how to look at the cards. My spirit team really doesn't want me to use cards. I'm just playing with them right now. But I do use them, but I kind of don't, because I'm trying to get away from using them. You know, I don't know. But yeah, she's a good person. If I come across her live, I will send it to you because it's really good. You said I like to pull them when I need answers for things. I feel you. But you know what? Like I sometimes when I pull it for myself, I feel like because my energy can affect the cards and how they come out, I be doubting myself. Like I be doubting whether I'm really getting the true picture of things or if I'm interpreting it correctly. So it just sometimes it's not even worth it for me to do it, especially for myself, because I'll be like questioning everything. So but I think that overall, to sum up what I have been talking about today, when you have confidence in yourself, when what nobody does can affect you, when what nobody says can truly affect you, when you can get to the point in life when you can just laugh in the face of the enemy, that is where you want to be. You said that is true, but we have to trust our instincts too. That's the hard part. Yeah. And that's been the biggest challenge for me, is really truly trusting my intuition, because I used to question it a lot more than I do now. But that has been the biggest hurdle, because for a long time I did not think that I was able to hear from the divine. I didn't think that I was tapped in. Like I just had, because I just found out I had these gifts 5 years ago. Legitimately. So it's like been a hard learning curve, but I've had to like get my shit together really quickly. Yeah, I've had to like level up quick. But my awakening, it took me down and through there quickly. Like it made up that one, well, I wouldn't say 1 year, because I think I was like starting to awaken over the span of several years. But that couple of years, that shit made up for all the decades before then. You hear me? It can be very shocking when you really open up to your gifts. You said, I see my gifts here and there, but it scares me, so I fall back. Yeah. That's what before I even read your comment, I was saying it can be very shocking when you realize your gifts. And that was another thing, because like I'm not ready to see things yet. I mean, I experience a lot of clairsentience where I can feel things, but my spirit team knows I'm not ready to see anything just yet. Like, don't have nobody walk up in here. Like, even though I can see with my third eye, and I can like explain how people look and sound, or like their mannerisms and things like that, I'm really not hearing or seeing anything with my like natural senses. So whereas other people, can actually see energies and hear them audibly, I'm not operating from that standpoint. So I feel like I will eventually, but I'm not ready. Like I told my spirit team, I was like, that damn awakening damn near took me out. So break me in slowly, please. Please and thank you. And that's why I'm really looking at this experience from like a long-term perspective, because I'm in no rush to get to where it is I need to go. I've done it thus far. I can continue to chill. Okay. So I think, how long have I been on here? I have been on here for almost 5 hours. But thank you, Goddess, for coming to hang out with me for a few minutes. And thank you for the likes. You said I'll try different things like jar work and it works. Okay. Now, I don't do spell work. Now, if I do anything, it'll be on myself, but I don't do spell work because my spirit team is like, we not doing none of that. So, yeah, I can't. With the way that my spirit team is set up and my higher self, I just can't. Because they try to beat my ass. He said, I love it, but only for protection and stuff, no evil stuff. Okay, well, that's good. Maybe I'm naive, but I be leaving even that stuff to my spirit team, because like I just don't ever want to read the energy incorrectly and then be trying to do something that, like, because return to senders can be touchy and all of that shit. So I just like to stand clear. I just leave that to them because I'm like, I know people misinterpret my energy a lot and they take it for like, because I have very powerful healing energy. And so with that being said, I can trigger people, and so people will try to like assume that because they feel triggered around me that I'm supposedly doing some shit to them. And then if they end up circling back and trying to do some return to sender shit, like how you gonna do a return to sender on some healing? Like, okay, but so I just, I try to be mindful of that because I don't ever want to fuck around and find out. So mama, woo, we black, we black, we don't. I wasn't ready. I was not ready. I wasn't expecting her to do that. I'm black. I don't kiss dogs in the mouth. I don't allow them to kiss me, anybody in the mouth. Like, nah. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I think I set myself up by putting my damn mouth toward her face. Mama, you gave me a kiss? You try to give me a kiss? Yeah. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you for hanging out. I will see y'all later. Thank you for 14K likes. Thank you for the gifts. See you later.